Someone in the chat said, why is the track so hard? Because I produced it. Hey, everybody. How y'all doing? How y'all doing? It is Valentine's Day. I suppose if you're here right now, you're not currently on a date, I would hope. My background is very appropriate for Valentine's Day, even though that wasn't the intention. And it always looks like this no matter what day it is. But yeah. Somebody said we're all lonely here, huh? Well, we can't all be lonely if we're all here together. Right now, anyway. I mean, y'all could be after the fact, but it's aight. Ain't nothing wrong with being single on Valentine's Day. Normalize that. Take yourself out. Or better yet, stay home. Oh my gosh. Someone said I've never been here this early. Yeah, you're here within like the first, I don't know, second of me appearing. That's wild. So nice to see everybody. Well, if you are new to the stream, I'll tell you what's going to happen, how it's going to go. Same way it always goes. Being that the first 30 minutes or so is just what you're getting right now. It's me yapping about random things. And then about 30 minutes in, I'm going to go ahead and get into today's topic, which is similar to a topic that we had last week. I think I had just talked about Wuthering Heights. But yeah, I went ahead and watched it, unfortunately. And we're going to look at a review that I made, and then also some other reviews, like what people are saying, etc. I said I was going to give it... Actually, I don't think I said I was going to watch it, but I did. I wanted to give it a fair shot. You know, you can't just be that person who's like, I don't know, criticizing everything without giving it a chance. Actually, you can. It's actually fine to have a problem with that movie, even if you haven't watched it. But I wanted to watch it. I wanted to know. And now I do. Someone said, how are you doing? I'm doing pretty good myself. The week's drawing to a close. I've got Sunday off, which I'm very excited about. Not much else going on. Not much else going on. Are you going to a date later on? No, I am not. Someone said I watched it literal hours ago. I can't wait to hear your thoughts. Yeah, if you watched it within the last 24 hours, we're in the same boat. I've seen it less than 24 hours ago. I watched it yesterday. Oh my God. Someone said I watched the video made on it today. Well, this will be the perfect follow-up. That timing could literally not be any better. I'm excited to tell you what I thought about it, what other people are saying about it, just the reactions and stuff. God. Someone said, D'Angelo, do you have Letterboxd? No, I don't really write reviews. Well, I guess if I do, I just record them like this. Someone said, thank you for suffering for us because I sure ain't watching it. You're not missing much. I'll say that right now. You truly, truly are not. Watching the stream with my partner as a date. Well, that's so romantic. I will try to make it decent content. Imagine you're like, wow, that was the least enjoyable stream he's ever done. And he did that on our Valentine's Day date. Oh, nah, I gotta unsubscribe. Someone said no spoilers, please. Are you being like serious? I can't tell if I'm being serious. I can't tell if you're being serious about no spoilers. I want to say like nothing in the movie happens that does not happen in the book, which is, I think, 200 years old. So if you're being like for real about the no spoilers, you finna get spoiled. I'm gonna be honest with you. It's not like they went in such a drastically different direction or I'm like, oh, whoa, they had like this crazy plot twist or whatever. I'm gonna talk about the plot. Somebody said there will be spoilers, certainly. There definitely will. Yeah, definitely will. But like, I get not wanting to be spoiled. I'm just saying at this point, I don't feel like there's much to spoil. When I think back about the film, I'm like, It's kind of exactly what you thought it would be story-wise. Someone said the Heights weather. They do. They do. Heathcliff at one point looks directly into the camera and says it's weathering time, and then proceeds to weather all over the place, all over the Heights. You know how it goes. Someone said I'm excited to see those outfits again. Oh yeah, well, I don't want to give my review away before we get into it. You know what I made y'all this time? I made y'all a PowerPoint presentation, because when I was in the theater after the fact, like taking notes and stuff, I was like, you know what this is giving? School project. Where you have to watch a movie and then do some sort of analysis on it. So I flashed back to my college days, and I was like, I'm going to turn this into my Wuthering Heights review presentation. So I made y'all a little PowerPoint. It doesn't have animations or anything. I never really put that much work into my school presentations, I'm not going to lie to you. But yeah, I thought that would be a fun way of presenting it. Someone said, where do I pirate it from? Just wait. If you can't find it yet, it'll show up somewhere later for sure. For sure. Did you use Slides Go? No, I do all my stuff in Microsoft Office, because I have ever since I was in school. When I opened up PowerPoint just now, I could still see my school projects from like 2017, 2015. And I was like, oh my God, it's been so long since I've used this program for anything. It was wild. Reading chat. How long the stream? My streams are usually 4 hours. I think they are usually right about there. We're not going to be talking about Wuthering Heights for 4 hours. That usually takes, what, an hour to 2 hours. And then after that, we just talk about random things. I have an update for a story that I gave y'all last time. So that'll be interesting. And it's Saturday, so I'm not super, like, I don't know, planned for this stream. I'm just here to have fun, record a video, put it out next week. It's gonna be great. Someone said, when did it start? 11 minutes and 6 seconds ago. I have to use PowerPoint at work, and a piece of my soul dries up each time. Yeah, when I was using it today, I was like, why is this program so bloated? I don't remember PowerPoint having this many buttons. To be clear, PowerPoint has always had too many buttons, but I don't remember it having this many at all. Also, when I was a child, I didn't really have hobbies in the traditional sense, or I did, but not ones that people thought you were cool for having. And I did like I'm trying to decide how to word this. Recreational PowerPoint presentations. I would use PowerPoint to like recreate logos and stuff. I'd be like, oh, look what I can do in PowerPoint. And then I'd recreate like the Campbell's logo. Or it gets worse than this. What a lot of people may not realize is PowerPoint has a language, a computer programming language baked into it that you can actually program in. I'm not kidding. I'm being serious. It's called Visual Basic. And so what I did when I was like 12 or 13 is I taught myself how to use Visual Basic in PowerPoint. And I was like, look, I made a PowerPoint that can calculate numbers if you enter them like a calculator. Look, I made a PowerPoint that's like a turn-based game where you can have HP and display your stats. Like, I wasn't a cool kid. I wasn't a cool kid. Now, of course, thankfully, I look back as an adult and I'm like, actually, that was cool. I had much more interesting hobbies than your average child. But at the time, I was just so nerdy. So nerdy. Someone said I used to do Visual Basic too. Visual Basic mentioned, it's so old. Visual Basic was my first programming language. It really, really was. I learned it as a child. That's where I learned the fundamentals of ifs and thens. All the adults in my life were very, very impressed that I was essentially doing software engineering, which was the most basic things imaginable, because Visual Basic is so not like capable. It's not capable. Oh my God. Nowadays, I would say if I had to program something, I would try to do it in Python first, if I could get away with it. I love Python. I love Python. That's definitely my favorite language, mostly because like you can get away with writing the ugliest, least code-looking code. Like you don't even really have to use nearly as much syntax as your average programming language in Python. And because of that, I just like the way Python looks. I think aesthetics are much more important than functional code. This is why you don't want me to work for you. You don't want me as part of your team, because I'm like, oh yeah, you wrote that program in a way that was really readable and you can definitely scale this. This is going to be great when you bring additional people online. This will like fit inside a code base. But what I mostly worry about is, does it look cool? Why write beautiful, clean code when you can do the same thing in one line? So I'm a terrible, terrible, terrible computer programmer. I write code for myself. It's not intended for the rest of other people to use ever. Oh my gosh. Someone said I'm a nerd about coding for sure. Yeah, I love Python. And then JavaScript, I really like because of its integration with the web, obviously. It's so easy to make a website that does things. That's really neat. And JavaScript is a really basic language because so much of it is abstracted, essentially. It's nothing like C++, where you have to really think about what is the computer doing. JavaScript is doing much of the thinking for you, so you can stay up top level. Yeah, I'm big into like front end stuff. Back end stuff is where you definitely start losing me. I don't really care about Docker or, you know, all of these other things where I'm just like, I'm sorry. I could never be a back-end software engineer. Boring. Someone said JavaScript is horrid. No, it is. I think JavaScript is a terrible language because it's so slow, but I love it so much. Anyways, I don't want to talk more about code because then it's going to get really boring. It's going to get insanely boring. Oh, and I know some GD script, which is a built-in language in the Godot game engine. I don't know why I know some of that. I think at one point I was looking into that and I was like, oh, this is a really, really easy language. It's actually kind of similar to JavaScript low-key. So that's fun. But what I really wish is that I knew C++ because I find that to be more impressive. Someone said, what's Python? It's a computer programming language. You can do things in there, like write little scripts that can do a lot of things, process information for you easier, you know, automate tasks that usually you would have to do yourself. It can do it faster, things like that. Complex math operations that would be a little difficult to do by hand. You can get Python to do those for you, etc. Someone said my version of coding is writing music. Well, me too. Because, like, I don't know how to explain to people that, like, in my mind, drawing, computer programming, illustration, no, I said drawing already. Illustration, computer programming, and music production and writing are all the same thing. I don't think of them as like different activities. I feel like they use the same part of my brain, essentially. I don't know. It's weird. Someone said I just got here and oh boy, that title. Yeah, if you just got here and you're like, why has he been ranting about computer programming languages for the past 5 minutes? Don't worry. We're going to get into the video topic later. We're going to get into it. Someone said drawing is so coding. It is. It is. Drawing is coding. I tried learning C++ as a kid. My grade would probably be a C minus. That's good. That's good. I feel like knitting patterns are written in code. No, I agree with that. I don't know, like, fiber arts type stuff, but I would say it's the same thing. Drawing, coding, music, you know, all these things, knitting. I definitely think it's all the same thing for sure. Anyways, someone said, good morning. I just finished watching Do We Know Them cover the Caleb Hammer stuff. Oh, buddy. What a story. But my main thing that I wanted to do after that all happened was just move on. Keep trucking. And I think I've done a good job of that so far. Reading chat. I'm pretty much on time. I think you are. You're in time for my Wuthering Heights PowerPoint presentation. I'm so excited to show you all the massive amount of work I put into it, which is literally just like 6 slides. Oh my gosh. Someone said coding started with machine knitting. That would not surprise me, but that's really cool. Crochet and knitting patterns. Yeah, no. Have y'all ever tried to read a crochet pattern if you don't know how to crochet? No. For me, I'm like, what is this? I know it's not that complex. It's the same as coding, where like code looks crazy from the outside because of the syntax, but if you actually know what it's saying, it's not that complicated. But like, it is that complicated. That's how I feel about crochet patterns. Did you like the music in the movie? Bro, that's my first slide. That's what I'll tell you. The very first slide in my presentation is about the music. I have a lot to say about it. I really, really do. Crocheting is also coding. Back in the day when girls weren't allowed to learn math, they learned math through crocheting. Yeah. Actually, honestly, okay. I'm trying not to I'm trying to think of how to word this so it doesn't just sound like the most random thing ever. But I was thinking about some of my old videos yesterday, and I was thinking about, I made this one video about Lana Del Rey forever ago. And one of the things that she had said was like, this was a long time ago, like not interested in feminism. She's more interested in rocket science or something like that. And I just remember thinking at the time, I didn't really have much criticism or for that. I was just like, that's not a good take. But years and years and years later, I'm a little bit older, I'm kind of more so thinking like, there would be no rocket science without feminism, essentially. Like the contribution, what I'm getting at here, of people who are not straight white men to STEM has been so like erased or ignored or overlooked or this, that, the other. Like it, if you crack open a history book, it kind of does seem like, oh, it was just one kind of person who was doing all of these advancements or whatever. But actually, all of it is built on things from a bunch of people. I don't know. This is why I try to be more intersectional in things that I do. This is why I try to be more intersectional nowadays. Someone said feminism is just as interesting and rigorous as other fields of study. Yeah, no, dude, that was a bad quote. That was a pretty bad quote on her end. Like, imagine saying that. Actually, I want to make sure that I'm not like, how to word this, misquoting her. Let me check. Let's see if I was right about that. Lana Del Rey, feminism, rocket science. Oh, I shouldn't have done this. Okay, whatever. Yes, the AI gave me this, but that's fine. Look, it says right here. She's taken the opportunity to say a few pretty dodgy things about feminism. When asked for her views about the movement, she said, "For me, the issue of feminism is just not an interesting concept." So thought Lana Del Rey in 2014. Just not an interesting concept. Whenever people bring up feminism, I'm like, God, I'm just not really that interested. Lana, this was in an interview with, oh, where did this even happen? I think this was in an interview. Lana, you as an independent artist, you wouldn't be getting interviews public. We would have never heard your thoughts on feminism if feminism hadn't done the things that it's been trying to do this whole time. You would have been, I don't want to think about where she would have been without it. She says, so when they were like, so what does her pique her curiosity? It says, I'm more interested in, SpaceX and Tesla. What's going to happen with our intergalactic possibilities? She really pulled a Grimes. She pulled a Grimes, dude. Also, speaking of Grimes, this was a very long time ago. So I'm not really like holding this to Lana in 2026, even though she hasn't necessarily demonstrated much growth from this statement. It very much sort of still seems to apply to her. That being said, though, speaking of Grimes, y'all don't know how close I am to just doing the thing. Just like a 90 to 120 minute minimum video essay that no one asked for about Grimes. I'm not promising this. Like, if you ever saw this wouldn't be any time within the next 6 months at all. But I think when I think about like, what do I actually have to say, or what is so intriguing to me, what is so interesting to me, I think back about my Caroline Calloway video. I think back about my Blueprint Brian video, and times where I got really like excited because I just felt like the person I was talking about was so fascinating. Not because they were doing good things, because they were doing bad things. This is how I feel about Grimes, just the person she is, who she started off as. I have been following her for years. I was. What she, oh, these are not results about the artist. Yeah. And then her alignment with Elon Musk. She's dropped like Elon Musk appreciation music in her career, and then getting into like all of this AI stuff. I'm like, dude, there is literally there's a great video essay here about Grimes, and I can give that additional perspective of like, I have actually been following her throughout all of this. But yeah, I'm excited for that. But like, again, that's not where my focus is right now at all. Not at all. Someone said it sucks that Grimes made that one banger. I had to remove it from my playlist. Yeah, if you can't rock with her music today, I completely understand. I can't listen to her either because she keeps doing like AI music stuff. She released like a Grimes AI, and I'm like, Grimes, I don't want to hear that. I think it's really strange to me when people actually are talented and then they still fall for the AI nonsense. Like untalented, uncreative people, that makes sense that y'all would get super hype over AI music. But like Grimes? Someone said Grimes and Elon are both so bad at grifting, it makes me hurt. Okay, here, let me give you an example of what is motivating me to want to make this video. Grimes, Elon, this isn't your heart. Okay, so if I was making this a video, I would make sure that I do the writing. I would make sure I do the writing to properly convey to you how unhinged and hilarious this is. But you have Elon Musk tweeting years and years ago, pronouns suck, which when transphobes realize finally someday that they also have pronouns and a gender identity and would get gender dysphoria if they too were being misgendered, we will finally be free. And Grimes responds, she says, I love you, but please turn off your phone or give me a call. I cannot support hate. Please stop this. I know this isn't your heart. Dude, there's such an entertaining story here. I know these are 5.5-year-old tweets. 5.5-year-old tweets, but this is just one of the many moments where I'm like, that is gonna go so hard in a video essay of just like, there's no way that she was embarrassing herself to this degree. Just basically the equivalent of like, he's walking away and you're grabbing onto his boot, he's dragging you across the carpet. Elon, no, don't be transphobic, no. So funny, so funny. Like, it's awful, but I still say this isn't your heart to this day. Just in my personal life, I make a mistake, I do something wrong, and I'm like, I'm sorry, that wasn't my heart. Dude, it really lives in my head rent free. Someone said, look at me, this isn't you. Yes, it's very much giving like, this isn't you. Don't fight over me. Oh my gosh. Someone said, give me a doll, always kills me. I know, like, I'm sorry. Sometimes typos are just funny. They are hilarious. No, dude, there's such a good video here, and I will find it for you all. Make a good video essay. That can be my one video essay for 2026. All right, what else we got? Someone say, Elon, this isn't who you are. Type energy. Yeah, very much that. Like, it's so clear when people actually do think that they are the main character. I think that you should have a little bit of main character energy in your life, just out of self-respect. But when you're losing the plot to this degree, you got to reel it back in, man. I finished watching a new TV show yesterday. On Netflix. It was called oh, it was called No Good Deed by Liz Feldman. Any of y'all ever watched that? Any of y'all ever watched Liz Feldman shows? I think this person also did another show, maybe called, hold on, wait, I want to make sure I'm not like misattributing. Oh yeah, she did Dead to Me as well. I haven't watched all of Dead to Me, but I did watch No Good Deed. It was interesting. You know, it wasn't like amazing, but I was sad a little bit. Someone said, is it good? You can put it in your list if you have nothing else to watch. I don't think you'll feel like your time was wasted. Someone said it was so good. Yeah, no, it wasn't bad to me. I think my problem is with a lot of Netflix shows is that I watch them, and while I'm watching them, I'm definitely like enjoying them a bit, but then when they end, I don't really feel like super anything. And I think like this I would put in the caliber of like decent Netflix core, where it's not going to piss you off by having horrible writing or anything like that. But I don't know, it's interesting. Someone said Dead to Me is so good. I've heard great things about Dead to Me. Low-key, that's why I watched this one first, because I just kind of wanted to see like what is Liz Feldman's like MO, like was her bag a little bit. But now that I've seen it, I would watch Dead to Me. I really, really would. Have you seen Severance? Oh yeah, I like Severance. However, I say this about a lot of shows. I love season 1 of Severance. I did feel like season 2 was shakier. Not like worse per se, but not exactly as tightly like, I don't know, reined in or dialed in as I felt like season 1 was, which is fine, which is understandable. But yeah, what I hope for Severance season 3 is that it is like more, I don't know what I hope for it, but I got a little worried. Anyways, someone said, do you F with Stranger Things? No, because when Stranger Things initially came out, Stranger Things release date. Someone said The Pit won 5 Emmys. I don't like medical dramas too much. Wait. I don't want the AI. Oh my god. Season 1, bro. Season 1. Okay, great. So when Stranger Things came out 10 years ago, I was 17. Yeah, I was 17. And I was, what's the word? Contrarian. I was a snob and an elitist. And I saw how popular Stranger Things was 10 years ago. And as a child, I was like, I'm not going to watch this because I'm not like other girls. And then it came out, the next season comes out. And I'm like, well, I don't know. A couple years ago, I have already made up my mind. So I continued not watching it. And then by the time this final season comes out or came out or whatever, I'm just doing this out of stubbornness. Out of pure, just no reason at all. I'm just not watching Stranger Things because I made up my mind 10 years ago that I didn't want to. And I feel like sometimes you should just do things like that. You should just make a choice and stick with it, even if everyone's telling you, no, it's good though. You'd be like, yeah, but what if I still didn't watch it? Someone said Unk. Yeah, very Unk for sure. Someone said, I get that. Yeah, no. Someday, here's the thing, like, I don't like watching things when they are popular. That's mostly my problem, for sure. I've watched some very, very popular things after their popularity dies out. And then I'm like, wait, this was kind of eating. So maybe in another 5 years, hopefully there's no more Stranger Things anything, then I'll watch Stranger Things when no one's even talking about it that much, and I'll be like, oh my god, this is so good. Why is no one talking about this? That's me. Someone said that's me with Heated Rivalry. I do that about Game of Thrones too. Yeah, no, I literally love watching popular things after they are no longer as relevant as they used to be. That's the perfect time to watch something. Reading chat. Squid Game. That makes sense. Me with K-pop Demon Hunters. Yes, exactly. Like, I'm not going to be here crapping on things that I haven't watched, even though I did watch K-pop Demon Hunters. I'm not going to be here, like, you know, making fun of it. I just be like, well, I didn't watch it, and I'm not finna. Speaking of K-pop Demon Hunters, I saw this really funny meme. Let me see if I can find it. Bad Bunny Super Bowl K-pop Demon Hunters. I'm not going to be able to find this. Someone showed this to me and I should have had them send it to me. Oh, I'm not going to be able to find it. Well, essentially, it was just like Huntrix from K-pop Demon Hunters. And then they had also, someone had taken like Bad Bunny, Lady Gaga, and Ricky Martin. And they were like, the Han Moon has never been more sealed. It was super funny, but my description of it probably made it sound really mid. Sorry. Oh my gosh. Someone said I did see Sinners when it came out and it was as iconic as it was described. That was literally like a fluke to me. I agree. I had the exact same experience where I was like, oh no, everyone's saying something's good. But whoa, every time I watch something that everyone says is good, the same thing happens. And then I watch Sinners and then I was like, everyone was right. I was like, y'all were right? That's wild. Someone said the song Golden is unavoidable. Okay, we're going up. How do I word this? So, K-pop Demon Hunters is a really cute movie, and I feel like it's a great kids movie. It kind of made me think to myself, like, low key, this is what I wanted Disney Pixar to be doing, but now I don't even need y'all to do that. If anybody can make movies that are like this fun and interesting and unique. But the song Golden, despite its popularity, just bring it down a few keys. That's literally it. I am not knocking the technical ability of the singers. I'm not knocking like the songwriting. I'm just like, take it down an octave. Maybe not an entire octave. Take it down a few keys, re-record it. I want you to sound a little more natural. I want you to sound a little less strained. We're all still going to be really, really impressed when you hit a high note. Like, even if you listen to other talented singers singing Golden, they get to those really, really high notes. It's not like nice for me to listen to. Personally, I don't love the way it sounds, but I have that problem sometimes when it comes to like songs that are written to have really, really amazing vocal performances. And part of it is like you have to include the highest note ever that like you non-singer losers could never hit. And I'm like, okay, I don't think that I could hit like a E5 or whatever it is. I don't know music notes. I'm sorry. But like, I also can't hit notes a few lower than, like, I don't know how to describe it, but high notes, they need to go away sometimes. Sometimes. Someone said, it's impressive, but we are low-key yelling. That's how I feel. Thank you. Yes, I could not sit here right now and give you an amazing performance or even a listenable performance of Golden, and I especially can't hit the high note. So I am like, wow, that clearly took a lot of training. That is actually impressive. But I prefer things that just sound more natural, I guess. But that's me. That doesn't mean the music is bad or whatever. Reading. Someone said, I just saw the movie last night. Someone said, personally, I think Rumi and Jinu's song is way better. Okay, wait. The weirdest thing about Golden is, why is that the most popular song? Why? Why is Golden the most popular song from the movie? It's not the best one. I do not understand, because that soundtrack low-key has some bangers on it, and I do realize literally every single song from there has performed really well and is a banger. But I'm like, why did y'all pick that one? Personally, confused. I'm confused. Someone said, I prefer Soda Pop. Valid for real. Someone said, Ariana, when she does the whistle notes, yeah, like whistle notes are impressive, but I'm like, Okay, I see a lot of people saying, someone said because it's the most climactic song. It definitely is. Yeah, it's like the biggest, it's like the statement song. And so that does make sense. Anyways, all my students sing it nonstop. I've heard it's like crazy popular with the kids. Oh, wow. I've been talking for too long, though. I got to get into our topic. I did not realize that we've been live for 37 minutes. Okay, let me go ahead and pull up my presentation. I'm really excited about this, y'all. I love jogging to Soulja Boy's music. All the songs are great. Yeah. All right, so presentation. Oh man, I didn't even bother naming my presentation. It's just named presentation. Okay, wait, this is hilarious. All right, so here, look, I'll show you the amazing amount of work I put into. Wait, hold on. I think I need to download. Wait a second. I had a font. I had a special font that I was using because I made this on another computer and it's not on this computer. Hold on a second. The font was like 50% of the work I put into this, which was pretty much nothing. Download. Yeah, this better be free for personal use. I'm about to use this personally right now. I'm finna install this. Okay. Yes. Look at that. That's giving Wuthering Heights. Yes. Did that work? Oh, okay. Installing fonts is so easy. Okay, great. Now when I open PowerPoint, hold on, wait, because I have no clue what's here. It's probably going to be a bunch of old stuff. Sign in to get started. Oh, I have to do that. No, hold on, chat. They're going to make me sign into Microsoft. We were so close. Someone says school presentation chic. Yes, that's definitely the vibe I'm going for with today's stream. Okay, choose a passkey. I don't ever want to use a passkey. I just want to use a passcode. By the way, while I sign in, has anyone noticed low key that like websites are trying to like move past the era of passwords. I feel like so often I will try to sign into a website and they're like, oh, don't use your password. Have us email you a one-time code. Someone saw you recording. I'm not doing it yet, but I'm going to record in a second. You've tried to sign in too many times with an incorrect account or password. Bruh. Okay, hold on. I literally just tried to sign in once. Someone said everything's a passkey. Dude, I hate the passkey stuff so much. I'm so over it. Okay, let's try one more time. They're making me do a CAPTCHA. Where you have to like enter the letters when they are all weird and wavy and wobbly. Okay, sign in. Okay, we're in. We have never been more back. Never been more back. I gotta make sure. Hold on. I'm gonna go ahead and make a change to. Sorry, chat. It's turned into technical difficulty streams. You know how it goes sometimes. All right, I'm uninstalling that. And now I'm going to be able to open my presentation the way I want, hopefully. And we shall see. Yes. Someone said put in password, wrong password, make password, cannot use previous password. Okay. I hate when you cannot change your password to what it was before or what you thought it was before. I'm like, I don't care if it's a security risk. What about convenience? What about convenience? Did you think about that? Okay, hold on. Sorry. I am going to go ahead and download this presentation. Export. Okay. Take two. Pray for me, chat. Please. No, don't pray. That's boring. Pray to yourself. Okay. We in. Okay. I'm going to start recording. Everyone say hi to YouTube. Everyone say hi. Well, I watched it. There's no point in beating around the bush. Listen, I just had to know. I had to know. It's so rare that you get a movie that is so clearly set up to fail. I wanted, but I'm still the kind of person who has hope in his heart. Why? I don't know. So on the off chance that maybe I was wrong and that Emerald Fennell was making Wuthering Heights 2026 a good movie, despite the whitewashing, despite the seemingly misunderstanding of the source material, I wanted to know for myself. I forgot the number one thing that my mom usually tells me, which is, son, you should just go with your first mind. I should have just gone with my gut. I could have saved 2 hours and 21 minutes of my life if I had just gone with what I thought this film was going to be. But you know what? I did it. And so now all of you are going to have to suffer a little bit too. All right. So let's really get into it. This video is about not just my reviews. I'm also going to talk about what other people are saying, because people are kind of, let's just say that, like, unlike Emerald Fennell's portrayal of Heathcliff, the reviews are mixed. So you've got that going for it. Or not. Okay, what else do I want to say about the movie before I start? Not much. I just want to skip right into it, honestly. Look, I made you all a presentation, a PowerPoint presentation. Like, we were literally in school. And we are going to go through, hold on, let's see if I can change my slideshow to pop out as a window. Someone said that was funny. Thank you. That was off the dome. Unlike Heathcliff, the reviews are mixed. All right, how do you, like, is it F5? Whoa, no, that's not what I thought it was. Brother, how do you just... Okay, cool. First try. But wait, like... I can't see my notes. Someone said full screen it. I don't want it to be full screen. I purposely made it 3:4 aspect ratio. Well, you know what? This is fine. This is fine, but like, hold on. I have two monitors. I'm going to put this one over here. Work with me, chat. And then I'm going to go ahead and try to play this. I'm just going to open the presentation twice and look at my notes on the other screen because I think I'm going to wind up going crazy otherwise. All right, here we go. Sorry. I guess I should make it full screen. Here, I'll just hide my taskbar. Taskbar settings. How do you hide the taskbar? Please don't laugh at me. I swear to God, you can hide task view, system tray icons. Taskbar behaviors. Automatically hide. Okay, great. Wait, it's still here. Okay, great. First try. This isn't painful at all for any of you. This is incredible content. Holy crap. So, Wuthering Heights, a review by me. I wanted to start off with the good. Far be it from me to be a hater. The film was not a... Well, it kind of depends on your definition of dumpster fire. There were elements to the film that I actually quite enjoyed. How about that? And the first would be the music. So, try not to cover my own presentation here. I want to talk about the soundtrack and the score. Let's just get it out of the way. I was throwing it back in the movie theater. I mean, I wasn't, because that would be disrespectful to the people behind me. But I definitely considered it. The movie was just going off. The music was going off. It's not just Charlie's score, it's not just Charlie's soundtrack for the film. You also get Andrew Willis doing the score. So all this like live string instrumentation, all the people Charlie was working with, it was just incredible musically. Okay. Someone said I love the quotation marks everywhere. Hey, I'm trying to be true to the film's aesthetic. I really, really am. That being said, as I said, everyone understood the assignment except Emerald Fennell, the director. I like the music in the movie in a vacuum. I think that's the problem. I didn't actually like it in the movie the whole time because there were definitely parts of it when the music was musicking so hard and I was distracted. I was like, oh, here I am thinking about the music instead of feeling like the music is all one thing with the movie itself, which I feel like is typically a better usage of your soundtrack and your score. And it kind of just reminded me of like a Charlie XCX fan edit. Here, I'll show you an example of what I mean. Oh, this opened on the wrong screen. Okay, wait, hold on. I swear to God, it wasn't the whole time, but there were definitely a few parts in the movie that just made me think of like this. I hope I don't get copyright claimed for this. It was a little too pop in some parts. All I could think about was just trailers, fan edits, etc. So that was unfortunate. Anyways, I also want to point out too that I feel like the music and the entire aesthetic that Charlie XCX was going with felt so much more like Wuthering Heights than the actual film itself. Like if you seriously look at some of the things that Charlie's getting up to here. Hold on. Like, tell me this is not the aesthetic. I mean, this is a loading bar. Someone says, show us the edit again. Look, it was a great edit. I wanted to find one that was actually really funny to show you. But look. Bruh. I can't play the rest of the song. We finna get in trouble. But she has, like, the everything, the fabric flowing. She's running through the fields, etc. So what I believe, personally, it should have just been a visual album. I think if instead of trying to give us a movie with writing, that was where it fell apart immediately. If this had just been some sort of visual project, like a Wuthering Heights vibe, man, I would just be here ranting and raving about it. But unfortunately, that's not what happened. All right, moving on. Someone said Victorian sadness. Let's go. Yeah, no, it was definitely feeling it. All right. The visuals. I put the visuals under great. Why? Because the visuals were great. Let me tell you right now, it was a very, very pretty movie. Now, granted, it was still a little bit unbalanced. And what I mean by that is, again, I more so found it distracting. Here, look, I put it right here. I say it's suffering from its own beauty. It's essentially Euphoria syndrome. What do I mean by that? If you take a look at Euphoria, Sam Levinson doing this to all of us, it's beautiful, right? You look at it and you're like, wow, this is amazing. But then you think about what it's actually portraying and you're like, oh, this is garbage. That's how I felt. Euphoria syndrome. Euphoria's visuals deserve a better story, and that is exactly what I have to say about Wuthering Heights. The way this movie looks deserves better. It has so many scenes that are iconic. You know, you've got people, fabric just flowing over fields of grass, actually giving Wuthering Heights in some places. But again, when you're doing all of these things on a writing level that are just not giving what's supposed to be given, it was unfortunate. Another thing that I really liked about this movie is I said the color graders took a stand against chromophobia. Okay, that just is a word that means fear of color. I absolutely despise the way that modern movies just seem completely allergic to using colors ever. Nobody ever wants to have a solid red. Nobody wants to ever have, like, you know, anything. Watching this film and actually seeing the color blue, I was like, I didn't remember that cameras could even pick up blue. Because so many of y'all are just making everything look gray. Y'all shoot the camera into the sky, it's gray. Seeing blues, reds, all kinds of things like this, I got so happy and giddy. Now, granted, the film does still look pretty gray and dark. However, that makes sense with its source material, so I wouldn't say that's a knock against it. But overall, when I think about the visuals and all that, it kind of just reminds me of Aretha Franklin's quote, "Great gowns, beautiful gowns." Here, if you don't know, oh, I'm skipping ahead. If you don't know the context for that one, it's actually amazing. Wait. This is such a good clip, man. I think about this every day.
When I say the name Adele, what comes to mind?
Young singer, good singer.
Alicia Keys.
Young performer, good writer, producer.
Taylor Swift.
Okay, great gowns, beautiful gowns.
When I say
That's kind of how I felt about the visuals of the movie. Oh, there was something nice to say. My mama taught me, don't say nothing if you don't have nothing nice to say. Thank God for the gowns in this movie. I had something to actually praise, but unfortunately we're moving on to the bad stuff because I have much more negative to say. So, the bad. What did I think about Wuthering Heights that was negative? Literally everything else? Okay, so let's just start off with the characters. Brother, the ages made no sense. Why was everybody 30? Wait, someone said, I really dislike the mini plastic dresses. They looked gaudy and cheap. Yeah, no, I agree that low-key, actually, before I get into the characters, I want to say, like the music, which is also very plasticky, if that makes sense. The dresses don't look nice in the movie. It doesn't sit right. It's the weirdest thing ever where I look at it and I'm like, oh, she's wearing shiny wrapping paper. I like that as an idea, but then you see it in this film and it does look cheap. It doesn't look as decadent as it's trying to, I guess. It was really unfortunate. Giving Party City a little bit, kind of giving, you know, frat party. It's unfortunate. Sheehan vibes for sure. Anyways, let's get into the characters. Brother, it's not just Margot Robbie. One of the main things that you're saying right now, someone said they were all too old. No, I completely agree with you. One of the main things that you're seeing right now is like, oh, Margot Robbie was too old for this movie. Oh, Margot. Everyone was too old. Everybody in this movie, it didn't make any sense. So this is what Margot had to say about her portrayal of what? I literally had Chat, I had this as a source like within the last 24 hours. What is going on here? Okay, Margot had to say error code 404, and I don't really feel like finding the original source, but she explained that her Kathy is anywhere from her mid-20s to her mid-30s in this movie. And because of that, a lot of the character motivations make no sense. In the original story of Wuthering Heights, which I'm trying not to talk about too much because I don't want this to just be a comparison, but the things that the characters are doing, getting really upset because they were separated for 6 weeks. That's such a teenager thing, right? What else? Hold on, wait. I'm trying to pull open my actual notes because I literally have notes on this. Oh, yeah. Essentially, acting like sex is just this crazy thing that you've never even thought about or heard of. There's a scene like that in the movie. And I'm like, these characters are a solid 10 years too old for me to believe this. It was a problem with her. It was a problem with Jacob Elordi. Someone said that makes no sense. No, it doesn't make any sense at all. They tried essentially to shift it from being, oh, it's just teenagers doing teenager things, to a story about Margot Robbie's character being too old to be marriageable. And so that's why she's making these decisions. And I'm like, I guess, but that if you want to age up the characters, but you don't actually have the writing chops to convey emotions that are more appropriate to their new ages, then I think you should have just gone with younger actors. Personally. What else? Someone said I do want more roles for older actors, but maybe not here. Well, that's the thing that's sad too. Like, chat, I love me a story about some 30-year-olds. That's the thing. I love me a good story that is not about like hot 20-year-olds or whatever everyone's constantly trying to sell you. I don't want it. I want stories about people who don't look like, I'm like, you're a child. Essentially is how I feel. But Lord, this wasn't what I meant. What in the monkey's paw scenario is this? It's so unfortunate that like this is what we're getting instead. Someone said, right? Yeah, no. It's a mess. It's a mess. All right. Anyways, as far as the performances, I'm not going to lie to you. The side characters are giving much, much more than the main characters. Okay, hold on. Margot Robbie's a fine actor, and Jacob Elordi's a fine actor. But, however, there is no like poorly written role that a good actor can save. And so because they were pretty flat, you're mostly getting Margot Robbie doing like YouTube thumbnail face, like Heathcliff. You know, just a lot of, and I was like, oh my God, this is not Mr. Beast's channel. Like, please close your mouth. And then for Elordi, essentially, he spends the majority of the movie just kind of going like, you know, he's just very tortured, very sad. And I was like, dude, everyone is trapped here. The same applies to the side characters as well, where like Isabella in this movie, or no, we'll start with Nellie. Nellie in this movie, bro. Hong Chow, she ate it down. Okay, she killed this role. I can't even explain how good this was. But the problem though, is that even when the side characters were more interesting than Margot and Jacob, they still wind up getting completely trampled over by Fennell's poor writing. So Isabella, for example, I actually really liked her in the beginning of the movie. I thought it was awesome. I was like, I kind of like where they've gone with this character. And then you hit a certain point and it's like, oh, never mind. This is all just part of some weird degradation kink. I take back everything I said about this being good writing or a good character or whatever. It's like, I wanted to save the actors from the movie. And I know that's quite parasocial of me, but I was like, Hong Chow, no, you deserve a better film. Actually, I don't know if y'all know, now we're getting way too in the weeds here. I don't know if y'all know who Martin Clunes is. Like, have y'all ever watched Doc Martin? Who here is one of the 5 Doc Martin enjoyers? Listen, I love me a good random like English show. Doc Martin is low-key fire. It's a good show, and Martin Clunes is great in there. And so when I saw that he was on screen, I got really excited. And I was like, yo, you got Doc Martin in this movie? This is awesome. but his character sucks. He's just really poorly written. Someone said me. Oh my god, yes. We have Doc Martin and Joyers here. Okay, great. Yes, Doc Martin's, it's fantastic. It's hilarious. It's so good. Also, Doc Martin is a better portrayal of yearning and unrequited feelings than Margot Robbie's Wuthering Heights 2026. There's not a single sex scene in this show, thank the Lord. However, it's like such a better, like, oh my god, would you two just do it already story than Wuthering Heights. And so that's pretty unfortunate. Anyways, what I kind of wanted to look at was some of these overall choices in characterization that were just really, really weird. Someone said, isn't that a shoe brand? It is a shoe brand, I guess. Oh, it is also a shoe brand. Wait, that's a different Doc Martin though. Like I'm talking about Doc. Oh, I can't spell to save my life. I'm talking about Doc Martin with an I. Y'all are talking about those lesbian shoes, right? Doc Martin. Yeah, that's Martin with an E. These are, I don't think that's offensive for me to say. These are obviously lesbian shoes, right? I think that's an objective fact for sure. I mean, anybody can wear them, obviously, but nah, it's two different Doc Martens that we have going on here. Someone said that's my name, Martin with an E. Are you an heir to the shoe company? Because if so, give us some money. But yeah, no. All right, moving on. My optometrist. Someone said lesbian shoes. That's how I think Doc Martin. I think lesbian shoe. What can I say? That's where my brain goes. It's not even a bad thing. I would wear them as well. I'm just like, that's what I think. Okay, anyways, I wanted to talk about some of the characterization choices that they made. It didn't make any sense. Someone said punk rock shoes. Well, that too. Let's see. If you look at a guide of the characters in this movie, I want to show you that like every single choice they made was a little baffling. Aging Margot Robbie up so that she was now in her mid-20s and even her mid-30s by the end of the movie, but keeping her personality the same, like bratty, annoying, teenager coded behavior that you're getting. I know that a lot of people Margot Robbie's age, how old is she? Or the character's supposed to be like 30, right? There are a lot of 30-year-olds that act like children. So I don't even think it's particularly unrealistic. However, it felt juvenile. It felt kind of grating. It didn't make much sense on screen. I would say the same thing goes for Jacob Elordi. You get one part in this movie. Actually, I'm spoiling right now. In the book, there's a scene where Heathcliff overhears Margot Robbie making a confession. Not Margot Robbie. Margot Robbie's character, Catherine. Margot Robbie isn't in the novel Wuthering Heights because it came out 200 years ago. There's been entirely too many names in this discussion for me. I'm losing it. Okay, hold on. Let's run that back. Someone says she's 35. Yeah, I think she is. In the novel, you get this really impactful scene where Heathcliff overhears Catherine saying she's going to get married, and Heathcliff freaks the heck out and runs away. He's like, no, because she essentially says something really mean about him, or that he thought was really mean because he didn't hear the full thing. And he's like, ah! And then she's out there looking for him and she's like, wah! It's a big deal. However, these are the actions of children, right? A teenager having this misunderstanding and just running away without hearing what happened. It's not quite as believable as this man in his mid-20s doing the same thing. I'm like, brother, I know that y'all are dysfunctional, but you could have shot her a text like, hey, yo, what did you mean by it would degrade you to marry me? Was that for real? Were you kidding? Like, say psych right now. I just found it to be a little painful. Someone said, is that how it goes? No, that's exactly how the book goes. And it's beautiful. It's amazing. Reading. Someone said I watched it today. I kind of loved it. I haven't read the book. There's a strong argument for kind of loving it. There really is. All right, moving on though. I've talked about the ages enough. Also, wait, hold on. Am I on the right slide? Oh, I didn't finish going through my characterization complaints. Okay, hold on, come back. I wasn't done. So that was my issue with Kathy. That was my issue with Heathcliff. As far as Nellie, this is where the film gets really, really weird to me. In the novel, Nellie's not a great person because nobody in these novels is a good person. However, they definitely went with like a kind of villainous vibe for her here, and I was just like, that's a very interesting choice for reasons that I'm not really going to get into. I think it was trying to make her more complex than she is in the novel by sort of rolling Heathcliff's... Sorry, the sirens behind me, man. Wild. I hope y'all can't hear them. Anyways, I believe, or what it came across to me is like they were trying to make her a more interesting character by rolling some of her... The sirens are still happening. Can y'all hear that, dude? It's wild. Okay. I hope everyone is fine. Hopefully they're just... Dude, that was like 4 or 5 emergency vehicles. Okay, someone said you can't hear them. I'm glad you can't hear them, but I'm really worried. Oh, y'all can't. Some of y'all can hear them. Yeah, no, there's... Dude, that's wild. Okay, hopefully everyone is fine. I have no idea what's going on there. Moving on. It seems to me as if in an effort to avoid the criticism that Emerald Fennell has removed any semblance of class discussion from this movie, because that is such a major part of the book, she used this character to explore it instead. This is our mixed race, othered, non-visibly white character. Actually, Fennell did include one. However, because she's not the main character, there is absolutely no time to get into the complexities of her motivation. She very much only exists to essentially antagonize the main character. I see what you did there, but I don't think it was a great choice. You have taken what was an interesting theme and relegated it to that of a side character, and I find it to be unfortunate. But that's just my opinion. Someone said the servant. Yeah, no, that's like... No, dude, no. That was a really, really weird choice. You're like, we can have this discussion, but we can't have it with the main character being a love interest. Sorry, you're still gonna have to be a servant. Someone said the only non-white character is turned into a villain. To be fair, like, everyone in this movie sucks, just like they do in the book. But it doesn't change the fact that it just doesn't feel right. It just doesn't feel right. Anyways, moving on. For Isabella, again... I find it to be pretty strange that what in the novel is just pure unmitigated abuse. It's literally like descriptions of like, yeah, he was throwing these things at me. He did these things to me. Like, I kid you not. And you can back me up if you watch this movie. In this movie, it's the exact same thing, except Isabella's into it. It's the same thing where he's like, oh yeah, he's horrible. He's disrespecting me. He's degrading me. But I'm so turned on right now. Chat, that's just such a strange choice. That's like, I'm sitting here trying to rationalize this or trying not to be like, you don't want to be that one friend who's too woke. Yeah, I never want to come across as like making everything sound like an issue, but that is 1,000,000% what happens in this movie. And I don't know why you would do that with this character. One of the most horrifically abused literary characters is now actually just super into it, crawling on the floor, barking like a dog, giving her permission for everything that happens to her. Emerald, this is confusing. It's confusing to me. Anyways, for Shazad Latif, okay, this is really, really funny. Hear me out. But if you actually did want to age up the characters as they said they wanted to, you literally had a better Heathcliff in your movie. This is a really small blurry picture. You wanted the dark appearance, the riz that Heathcliff. He was right there. He was right there in your actual movie. But for some reason, instead, he was this guy. Sorry, the sirens are still happening. I'm gonna ignore them. It's hard to ignore them. But yeah, again, I still feel like that would be too old for the actual story of Wuthering Heights, but would have made more sense for this, I don't know, sexed up adult version that Fennell was trying to do. But that was odd. Who else do we got? Oh my God, Joseph. Okay. Don't make me laugh. Don't make me laugh. In the book, Joseph is like a horrible, like insane Christian negative, bad version, just like domineering, completely making everyone's life a living hell. He's so old as well. Old, negative, old as in I'm just gonna double down on all of my bad habits. And in this movie, they're like, no, you know what Joseph is gonna do? Be a BDSM dom. And also like 20. I kid you not. They really took his character and they're like, we don't need that in this film. We're just gonna instead give him a really crazy like scene with like a horse bridle and this other oh, not that. That's a child. Jesus. This other character who is not in this description. And I was like, that's such an odd choice. That's such an odd choice. Speaking of the kid actors, they were fine. They were cute. They did what they had to do. But yeah, no. There were so many very, very, very odd character choices made with this film. Even if the end product was not terrible, I don't know why you would ignore the more interesting original story that was right there. And that's what I have to say. Someone said, I'm fine being the friend that's too woke. Why are we sexualizing abuse? Don't worry, I'll get into it more later. So that's all I have to say about the characters. Moving on. The writing. Okay. I want to give you an actual example. Not all of the writing in the film was bad. Not all of it. Not even close. However, expository dialogue. Dialogue in which the characters themselves are explaining the plot to the other characters in the movie, but the characters they're talking to would already know this, so really it's just all for the audience. It distracts me. You get quotes like, I've named him Heathcliff after my dead brother, and she's saying this to her father. Girl, he knows who Heathcliff would be a reference to. That was his dead son. Like, it's just a few things littered throughout where I'm like, oh, we got some real clunkers here in terms of the expository dialogue. But overall, the script writing was fine. I actually did like how they incorporated quotes from the original novel. But yeah, that was unfortunate. I feel like the pacing also flagged for me in the middle. Brother, 2 hours and 16 minutes. Don't accuse me of TikTok brain rot, because I love me a good movie, a good long movie. Like, you could really get into it. But the film was so basic. I don't really see this as being something that we needed to actually sit through for 2 hours. I feel like you could have cut out a solid 20, 30, 40, 50 minutes and it would have been fire. It would have been great. And you probably could take that 50 minutes just by cutting out the weird, uncomfortable sex scenes. But anyways, moving on. The ending, it was divisive in my theater. After the movie, I asked people if they enjoyed it because I feel like that's an important aspect to any theater going experience. I wasn't the only person there. Many people were like, we're going to do some pre-Valentine's date thing. I watched it the day before Valentine's, which was yesterday. So I just asked random people. I was like, hey, what did you think about this movie? Or did you like this movie or whatever? Some people were like, yes, it was a 9 out of 10. Some people were like, it was amazing. They were like, yes, it was great. The ending had them in tears. People were actually crying. Other people essentially were just like, no. As in, they were like, I don't have any thoughts on this movie, honestly. And then some people just said it was fine. So I didn't find the ending to be super impactful, but it doesn't change the fact that many people did. And so there we go. That was fun. I enjoyed pulling people after, and I'm glad that some people had fun at least. I don't want you to think it was a theater full of people booing or whatever, but that's just because it wasn't me by myself. If it was, it would be that for sure. All right, moving on. Those are just things that I thought was bad. Someone said people gasped and clapped loud as hell when Heathcliff came back. They did? Okay, I didn't have applause in my theater. I don't think people were having that much fun, but some people enjoyed themselves. I want to get into the ugly, okay? Someone said I love how media literacy and critical thinking skills. I mean, on the one hand, I don't think there's anything necessarily wrong with, like, how to word this, not paying too much attention to the things that you're watching, but oh, it's stuck. Just kidding. All right, let's get into the theme. Someone said there's more critiques. Oh, there's always more critiques when it comes to me, brother. All the abuse is romanticized. I know that people are going to disagree with me. I know. Actually, there's this like really vocal subset of people who always pops out when you try to say abuse is being romanticized, and they're like, no, it's not. Depictions of things are not the same thing as endorsements. You know what I mean? Like, I'm just telling you that that's how it came across to me. I can't change my thoughts. Me sitting there, for example, Heathcliff as a child experiences a ton of abuse, just getting violently attacked by his father figure character. But in the film, it's kind of framed as something he did out of love for Kathy. It was so like moving and powerful of him to do these horrible, sad things for her. And they keep doing these like lingering shots of like Jacob Elordi's back with all these scars on it. And it's like, look what he went through for her. And I'm like, that's fine. I mean, fine is a really strong word. It's the same thing like I said with Isabella, where all the things in the novel that were literally domestic violence and abuse in this movie was instead just like seen as really hot. I just thought it was kind of odd. Similarly, someone said this is making me mauled. I love Wuthering Heights. Yeah, no, like a lot of people who are having fun with the movie maybe haven't watched or read the book, which is fine. I just think like it's not even so much that the movie exists in a vacuum that is setting people off. It's more so like, why make something that is almost completely counter the ideas of the original thing that it's an adaptation of? If you wanted to make a steamy, you know, 1700 story that has all of these cool costumes and cool outfits and this, that, the other, why exactly did you have to do so with this specific novel? It's just kind of weird. It's kind of weird. But I'm gonna get to that in a second. Anyways, as I said before, again, class explorations, all of these things getting relegated to side characters in favor of just focusing on the core romantic aspect of the novel, because there is one. Yes, people romanticize the abuse in the novel, but Heathcliff and Kathy do, I don't know if love is the right word at all, but they do care for each other. They are obsessed with each other. And so making that the only thing that the film actually cares about was a choice. And then also, I have this one little bullet point right here that says, if hot, why unsexy? It wasn't hot. And I know that you're going to have people, this is fine. Different strokes, different folks. For me personally, like Jacob Elordi, you know, breaking a chair, or Margot Robbie just straight up jerking it, dude, out there in the field. I was like, oh my God, Margot, right in front of my English Moors? Please. It wasn't really doing it for me at all. And so it's really, really hard to sit through things that are supposed to be sexy when you're not interpreting them that way. Instead, it's just like cringe and or laughter, which I think is a pretty bad reaction to things that are supposed to be hot. So I was suffering. I suffered a little bit through those scenes. And if I hear like heavy breathing again, it'll be too soon, man. It'll be too soon. But you know what? There were definitely people there that were going absolutely like feral for everything that was happening on screen. So I'm glad they were living. I guess. I don't know about that. Someone said uncomfortable maxing movie. Someone said Fennell makes being straight cringe. Okay, hold on. People get mad when you say things like this, but I did feel on some level, I was like, this movie is too straight for me. And that's not a good thing to say, because I don't actually associate romanticization of abuse with straightness per se, but I was just like, I understand how this would do it for a certain kind of person, but brother, I'm dying. I was in the theater dying. Someone said, when did you watch the movie? I watched it yesterday. Yeah, I just took down some notes and made this silly presentation for you. No, dude, I was like, they're at it again. Someone stop them. Please, for the love of God. Actually, there's a singer, Alice Longyu Gao. Some of you are gonna hate this. She's really funny though. She wrote the song Gnarly by Cat's Eye, which I contend would have been a better song if she was the one who sang it. And she has this one project. It's called Let's Hope Heteros Fail, Learn, and Retire. And you're like, I'm like, you know what? That's not a nice name for... I know that this isn't a nice name for an album. But I saw it and I was like, you're right, Alice, and you should say it. You're right, Alice. Say it louder. Please take her advice. Just move on. Let go of it. It's tired. I'm just kidding, obviously. Sorry. But yes, I did feel like on some level the movie was too straight for me, but I can't make that a point because like 75% of people are not going to understand what I'm saying and they're just going to get mad. That's how I feel. That's how I feel. Sometimes I can't change the feelings in my heart. Okay. Someone said it's funny though. It is funny. I just think it's funny, obviously. Moving back on. Someone says she's eating. No, she ate a little bit. The last point I want to make, because I promise I don't just want to like rant and rave about, well, mostly rant about the movie the whole time. So yes, there's an end to this presentation. I think your reaction to this movie will be your reaction to Emerald Fennell, because it was the most Emerald Fennell coded movie ever. I say that having only ever watched one of her other movies, but I was like, everything that I didn't like about her stuff already, she didn't change any of that. she didn't like work on that. She very much kind of doubled down on that. But unfortunately for me, it's kind of like if I see this once, it doesn't work the second time. When I watched Saltburn, her prior movie, I was shook. I was actually genuinely surprised by some of the things that were happening there. But when I watched Wuthering Heights 2026, I actually just felt like it was kind of toothless, which is a really, really crazy thing to say about a movie that has like, even the scene that I was worried about, that people said there was like a execution scene where the guy gets an erection and ejaculates in his pants or whatever, that was there. Actually, they trimmed it down, so you don't get the nun fondling him or whatever. But yeah, no, that's there in the beginning. And I was just sitting there like, I'm so tired. I'm tired. That's the only thing I could think of. The scene literally opens with just like a man moaning. It's a black screen. Like they showed the Warner Brothers logo and then it cut to black and you just hear like this extended scene, like 10 seconds of a black screen of just a man moaning and it sounding sexual. And I was like, I could just walk out. I never told anybody that I was actually going to watch this. No one, I'm not legally obligated to sit through this movie. I don't have to be here right now. I could get up, turn around and leave. I'm free. I'm a free person. I have agency. But no, I sat through the opening scene and I don't know. It would be much more interesting if this movie came out 20 years ago, okay? Someone said Whisper Audio, the movie. Yeah, no. Someone said, I feel like Saltburn was too hyped up and how weird it was going to be. It wasn't that weird. Yeah, I wish it was weirder, if anything. Someone said, what's with her and Freak in it? I had this other point in my presentation and I deleted it because it was mean. But as for the Freak allegations, I did have the thought that like just because you have a personal fantasy doesn't actually mean you need to subject the rest of the world to it. And listen, that sounds dangerously close to me trying to limit self-expression. That's actually not what I'm getting at here. My point is, like, clearly by making this a Wuthering Heights movie, you want the Wuthering Heights enjoyers to be watching this movie as well. Why do we have to be subjected to Emerald Fennell mania? As I named this slide, like, Emerald, I just didn't want to see that. If I'm being honest with you, it wasn't. But I opted into it. This is my own fault. So I'm not really blaming her. I'm not really blaming her, but I'm just like, why couldn't this have just been whatever? In fact, you kind of have her feelings on it right here. I saved this interview that she did with Baz Luhrmann, which it's kind of funny because, like, you can tell that Baz Luhrmann is an Emerald, sorry, vice versa. You can tell that Emerald Fennell is like a Baz Luhrmann stan. But however, you have her talking about, hold on, let me scroll. This is actually kind of a long interview. After the part where they talk about the music and the young actors. Okay, here we go. I think she says, talking about how Baz Luhrmann has done retellings or reimaginings, she tells him, "You set out such a great map for those of us wanting to make adaptations of classic literature. You've done that very thing of saying, how does Romeo and Juliet make me feel? How does Gatsby make me feel? What can I take for that? I've read this book 100 times at least, and every time I feel slightly differently about it, and there's stuff in there I've never read before. It's like what you were saying about Byron. There's subtext. And you missed all of it. Clearly, even on your 100th try." She says, for example, "I'm sure they kissed," or "I'm sure that when Kathy grabbed Isabella, she grabbed her by the hair." So what I did early on, having not read it for a year or so, is I wrote down everything I remembered from it. A lot of it was right, a lot of it was wrong. So I thought, okay, wish fulfillment's really important. Tarantino is such a genius when it comes to taking blah. Okay, I don't want to talk about Quentin Tarantino. I was like, let me just judge the film by what she said it was. Okay. I do definitely know that, like, there is a tendency to be like, well, I didn't enjoy something. I have a distaste for this form of artwork. And so I'm going to, like, moralize my opinion, and I'm going to give you actual ethical reasons for why it was bad. You can't do that with this movie because they are there. They exist. She made it way too easy to do that. But if I take those away and I just look at it as what she wanted it to be, it's not that interesting of a movie to me personally. I've seen the story before of star-crossed lovers or like forbidden romance or this, that, the other. It seems like a lot of work, a lot of like interesting visuals and a lot of interesting production design choices, interesting music to tell a less interesting version of a story that already exists. And maybe that's why I'm confused. That's my opinion. I don't have any more slides. Do I have any more slides? Oh, I said right here, if the controversy eclipses the film, maybe just make better movies. I don't know, man. I don't know. It was tiring. I'm done. I'm not done. I still have more stuff to go over, but like, those are my thoughts on the movie. What did y'all think of this review, by the way? Did you like it? Did you like it? Did you enjoy it? Someone said, sorry, I don't believe she read it. Certainly not 100 times. She probably read the AI summary, because how can you miss a point so hard if you actually read? Okay, no, here's the funny thing. I believe she read it because you know what she did keep? She was like, oh, forget the discussions about class. Forget the discussions about, otherness or cycles of abuse being perpetuated. I'm going to ignore all that. But you know what I'm going to keep? You know what's very interesting? I'm going to keep that part where two women are at each other's throats over some man. She's like, yeah, no, that part in the book, we're going to keep that. We're really going to explore that. And I'm like, Emerald, your priorities are baffling to me. She got that part of the book right. She made it much, much worse in the novel or in the movie. And I'm like, the things that she chooses to keep or get rid of, they're worth commenting on for sure. They really, really, really are. But, buddy, I'm so tired. I'm tired. Someone said I wish she kept the ghost plot line. Yeah. Reading chat. I enjoyed the movie only by pretending it wasn't based on the actual book. Yeah, that's how I feel. Low key. Like, doesn't that make it not a great adaptation? In my opinion, as a ill-fated love story about a bunch of people doing horrible things to each other, the movie does what it sets out to do for sure. And it does so while looking interesting and having cool music. So that's fine. But why this with this story, with these ideas, when it does mean things to people? You know, I also try not to get too into like, I'm trying not to be too like overly personal about it because it's artwork for everybody. I'm not always the target audience for things, which is okay. But can I tell you the truth? Like, at one point, I did Google. This is a long time ago. I Googled like POC characters in the literary canon. Actually, first I Googled like black characters in the literary canon. I just wanted to read some stories about black people, but like ones that have the same prestige as, you know, I don't know, Charles Dickens or whatever. The crickets that I was met with was crazy levels of crickets. So then I expanded my search and I was like, okay, let's get some POC stories from like the classic English literary canon. Heathcliff he's literally one of the only ones. He's not the only one. He's literally one of the only characters. It pisses me off on a personal level that has nothing to do with the movie actually being good. It is like, it almost feels personal. It's hard for me to not interpret it as like, why Emerald? Why? It's so weird. Someone said Othello, Heathcliff, and I don't know, man. No, that's literally how it feels, just trying to find other perspectives. And listen, that's the thing too, is like the book itself was written by a white woman, obviously, right? But that doesn't change the fact that she still did a great job exploring otherness and all these other things in the novel. I'm not even like picky. I don't even feel like, Emerald, you have no right to adapt this. I'm just more so like, weren't there 50 million other basic love stories that you could have just used as your vehicle to show us weird BDSM stuff? Why did it have to be this one? Someone says she wanted to make an expensive fanfic with the actors she would put in the fanfic. No, for real, man. Also, some of the most obvious racism, but people will still deny it. Well, yeah. No, you know what I hate more than anything? Maybe not more than anything. I hate vibes-based discrimination. If Emerald Fennell was somebody who was actually just like, nah, I casted Jacob Elordi because I don't like brown or black people and I think he looks better, then I could have been like, duh. But because she never actually really says anything like that, and because there's technically nothing wrong with adapting a movie, I can't ever really say how it makes me feel, because then I sound like that one friend who's too woke. But I'm just like, oh, Emerald, you're such an interesting person for sure. Reading chat. Someone says she intentionally erased a POC in a world of classic books where they hardly existed racism. Yeah, no, like it's obvious to me, but people just get so pissy, and it's like, there's only so much that I personally am even willing to put up with sometimes. And I know that's actually bad technically. Actually, yeah, no, I may as well just be honest. Like, it is racist what she did with the movie. And I thought that from jump, but if I frame this as I initially wanted to, of like, oh, we've got this whitewashing number 56, Emerald Fennell, the latest perpetrator, that's kind of proving that she did have weird ideas about class and stuff in Saltburn. You get this like 50% of people being mad at me in the comments and trying to explain to me that, oh no, actually, like, you know, this, that, the other. And this time around, I was just like, I'm not going to downplay the racism, but I'm just not going to focus on it too much, because you either know or you don't. Like, and you don't really care, or like you don't know, and I will never convince you. But regardless of how this goes, it's just going to turn into a bunch of people in my comments explaining to me that racism isn't real and that not everything in the world is racist. And I'm just like, and that's why I kind of just did not get into the whitewashing that much as I wanted to, even though it sucks. It sucks a lot. Oh my God. Someone says clear and you're valid to point out. Well, thank you. Yeah, I still included it. I'm not going to ignore it just so people aren't mad at me or whatever. But I was like, I won't make the video I want to make. Because listen. I'm not going to lie to you. When you really do look at the way that Fennell uses characters of color in her movies, look at Farley, for example, in Saltburn. If you just look at the role he plays being one of the only POC in this movie. Also, this actor was so good. he was so good in this movie as this role. But you look at the sort of like moochy, sort of what was the word I look for, like infiltrator vibe that this character has in the movie, and it's like okay. And then you start looking at Hong Chow in Wuthering Heights, and you look at this sort of like negative, jealous, nasty vibe that she has going on. Yes, the character in the original novel is jealous and nasty, but you know what? She's also not Asian. You added that while taking it away from the main character. Dude. Fennell weird. And she been weird. She has actually been on some weird stuff for a while now. It's just, if I was actually trying to make that point, I would have to allude to a lot of things that are not explicitly identifiable as being bad. But that being said, she ate this role down. Listen, amazing performance. He ate this role down. Amazing performance. Like, I just cry. I cry for us. That's all. Anyways, moving on from that, I want to get into just kind of a review roundup. I'm not the only person that exists. That might surprise some of you. No, just kidding. But look. Right now, if I just Google Wuthering Heights, and I look at the reviews, I would describe them as mixed. Yeah, it's like a 6. Oh, go away, please. 63 seems fair enough to me. Some critics really like it. Some critics really don't. But it's very, very, very telling to me, and I'm being so for real right now, that all of the people who like it are mostly saying because they treated it as not being that deep. And so I'm like, I don't even feel like I'm really disagreeing with the people who enjoyed the movie for what it was. I agree that it was entertaining and beautiful and all of these things, but I find it to be really strange that the only way you could essentially like enjoy it to that level is by ignoring a lot of things. If you enjoyed it, there's nothing wrong with that, but like the idea that I would have had to ignore so much just to have a good time, I'm just like, I can't do it. I'm too loud. I complain too much. Oh my gosh. Someone said, why does the cover look like it's from a bad 80s movie? Well, she was inspired by a lot of old movies, like stuff from the 30s, the 60s, etc. And those aspects of the film I think are really cool, but it is what it is for sure. Someone said the anti-intellectualism of it all. That's why I kind of wanted to show you this right now. Account loses 300k over Wuthering Heights review. Okay, so look. This is really interesting. You have this story right here. I don't know if they actually lost 300k. It says popular pop culture account loses 300k followers after they slammed Wuthering Heights adaptation. This is false. That's not what happened. Whoever wrote this article, this is probably AI slop. It doesn't even have an author. That's how you know it's AI slop. What actually happened was they were glazing the movie and they lost a bunch of followers. Here, somebody collected all these screenshots on Reddit. So they said, our immediate and unfiltered reactions to Wuthering Heights. And I guess their immediate unfiltered reactions were, I'm trying to make it bigger so y'all can maybe read this a little easier. Never mind. Oh, wow. So big. So big. They said, I need to watch this alone in my room and scream. They said, thank God it cut out all the boring bits of the book. And I'm like, dude, this is whack. This is a perfect film to not intellectualize. I clicked the wrong button and I'm like, am I washed? Am I unk for finding this to be kind of off-putting? Actually, I know people talk a lot about like media literacy and anti-intellectualism. I want to re-emphasize there is nothing wrong with enjoying the movie. It is okay to do that. I enjoyed parts of the movie. Some of those Charlie XCX needle drops, I was living. I did turn my brain off naturally when I actually got carried away. But this idea that we should be going into things doing this when it's based off of literal literature, it is so weird to me. And so people were accusing this account of being like, bro, this is a really, really, really weird post. That people were saying this almost seems like it was sponsored. And the account was like, if you think this is paid promo, you're sorely mistaken. I bought the tickets myself and I plan on going again. And somebody said, translation, I did not get paid to support this racist movie. I'm doing it on my own accord. People saying that they're like unfollowing. People saying like it's whitewashed. And the original account being like, girl, oh, I can't make it bigger. Oh, there we go. Girl, scroll back 11 posts or listen to our podcast, essentially saying like, we already talked about the whitewashing, which that's fine, I guess. But I just kind of love seeing that this wasn't working for everybody. This just sort of like turn your brain off approach. Somebody said, firstly, this is very funny, but it's also confirming my thoughts that she absolutely bastardized a book about race and class essentially into pornography with white people, except for the fact that they erased the two most important elements. Like, it's just kind of weird. Someone said the boring bits, you mean the important commentary on race and class? I don't know. It's very, very odd that this is eliciting this sort of response. I almost can't help but believe this is what Fennell was looking for. It's working for her a little bit. Here, I like this comment a lot right here. It says, oh my God. It says, so many people have covered the topic of Heathcliff's race that I will let them take the floor so as not to be redundant. But the movie being so quote-unquote hot also debases and undermines Kathy's abuse at the hands of Heathcliff and her abuse of him. Nothing about reading the book has ever been cute or sexy. It's utterly uncomfortable and painful the entire way through, especially insinuating the author's own experiences with abuse. And I, in good faith, with a degree in both literature and film, can't support this total wreckage of a traditionally painful and accurate commentary on oppression. My only point is that this is valid. This is as valid as liking the movie. That's all. I don't want people who are trying to bring up important points getting shut down by accounts like this, saying like, oh, just turn your brain off. Don't over intellectualize it. They cut out the boring bits. This is an important conversation, and I would hate to see this not being had. Okay, that's all I've got to say. That's kind of it. Do we have any more thoughts on this before I move on? Someone said the rage bait box office strategy. That comment 8. No, that was a good comment. It was a good comment. Yeah, I agree with it. Oh my God. Lord, this is such a weird story. And I just hate that there were parts of the movie that I actually liked. That makes it even more annoying for me personally. Someone said I kept trying to get something deeper out of a classic literature adaptation, but there wasn't much substance. I had to make up my own theories out of nowhere to make it interesting. Yeah, no, that's just, it's kind of odd. Reading chat. Someone said this feels like people saying that One Piece isn't political, stripping it of the most important themes and messages in favor of watching flashy colors and refusing to acknowledge the core. Yes, exactly. Precisely. Someone said kind of off topic, but Wuthering Heights by Kate Bush is one of my favorite songs. Bro, that's such a good song, though. It's such a good song. Also, you know what's really funny? You know what's genuinely funny? And I think this is actually a great point to bring up. Wuthering Heights by Kate Bush also does not engage with some of the deeper core aspects of the novel, and yet I don't think anyone ever found it offensive. I don't think there's a single, I mean, maybe they're out there, I don't think there's a single Wuthering Heights novel fan that ever was like, Kate Bush is a bad person. No, this is a beautiful song. It's crazy she wrote it. She was so young, so talented. I love the performance of it. She zeroes in on the ghostliness, the weird romance. It's literally okay to do that. It's just not okay to do that in a way that also simultaneously seems to be trampling upon the original ideas and themes. Someone said her name is pronounced Fennell. Oh, sorry. If I'm mispronouncing Emerald Fennell's name, don't intend to. But yeah, no, like Kate Bush is a perfect example of how you can completely pull romance and obsession and weirdness out of this story and do it in a way that you want to do that is whimsical. And no one is ever going to actually be offended. It's just when you're doing it in a way that seems suspiciously like racism, you're gonna have a few people saying, why is it giving racism? Oh my God. Someone said, I just joined the live. Is it worth watching the new movie? If you don't have to pay for it, maybe. I don't know. If you are watching it for the right reasons, then yeah. If you're like, I just want to see something that looks really cool and has cool music, it's definitely worth watching for that. But if you're looking for like deep, it's not there. It's not there. Someone said, I love Kate Bush, bro. Same. We need to stop talking about Kate Bush, or this is just going to turn into a Kate Bush stream. Anyways, any more thoughts? Any more thoughts on this before we move on? What do you think of Pusha T? Definitely not a Wuthering Heights related thought. Commentary through fiction works. It's how you start the conversations in real life. Yeah. For real. I would advise people who just want to experience a provocative yet haunting story, they're way better off reading the book. I agree. I really do. All right. I want to watch the 2011 movie. Oh, wait, though. Hold on. Listen. The 2011 movie is a hard watch. Okay? It's a really hard watch. I'm not going to lie to you. And it also does a similar thing where it's not going for complete authenticity, but the reason it's a hard watch is because it's brutal. It's brutal and empty and just, oh my God. It really does feel like watching the movie. That's how I feel about the 2011 adaptation of Wuthering Heights. I love the fact, I'm trying to save this picture to my computer. I love the fact that someone made a movie that to me personally feels like, it kind of feels like the way it feels to read the book, even though it's not the same thing. It's not accurate. It doesn't adapt the full story, but it gets at the heart of that like hopelessness. It's kind of interesting to me personally. Reading chat. Would have been better off not being an adaptation instead just being an original story. Yeah, no, I would have to agree. Someone said it's better than the one in theaters right now. That's how I feel. Even though it's not like a perfect movie, but I felt like it was closer to Wuthering Heights than Wuthering Heights 2026. That's just my opinion. Someone said that looks sense. Yeah, I don't recommend this movie if you want to have a good time. You're just going to be like, oh my God, why? Why? Anyways, I'm going to wrap it. I think we got all the good thoughts out there. If I think of anything else, I'll try to cram it in there before this video comes out on Monday, hopefully on Monday. But yeah, I'm going to go ahead and record an outro. Before I do that, I'm going to tell you all, say bye to YouTube. We're not ending the stream. I have more stuff that I want to talk about, but I want to record this outro. Did you see the new Dracula? No, I didn't see the new Dracula. I want to talk about a couple other movies actually after this. But let's do the outro first. Anyway, all this to say, I'm just going to move on. I think I've said everything I could say about Wuthering Heights, and I feel like I'm trapped in the heights just trying to think about this movie. So hopefully you never have to think about this movie again unless you enjoyed it, which is valid. But yeah, I know I'll try not to. I actually recorded this video live right here on YouTube where I stream quite frequently Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays at 12 p.m. Eastern time. Unless I don't. In which case I'm probably just, I don't know, sleeping or something. Yeah, it's fine. Oops. But yeah, I hope to see you in the next video or the next stream. And if not, it actually doesn't matter at all. Okay, bye. All right, great. Got it. We're so lit. We've never been more lit. Okay, yeah. I'm such a prude. I am a prude. I'm accepting it. Listen. Look. Gen Z, puritanical. People keep trying to tell us about this. Gen Z, Puritan cultures infiltrating Gen Z. Gen Z, prude. You get all this stuff about the media trying to tell us, oh, Gen Z is full of prudes and this, that, the other. I've been pushing back against it because I'm like, no, I'm not. I'm not puritanical. I'm not prudish. You know, I have open views. I believe everyone should just do what they want to do for sure. But I'm starting to get really fed up. And I'm like, you know what? Just call me what you will. I'm tired of sex. I'm just tired of it as a theme. I'm over it. I actually don't want to see it. I would prefer not to see it. I left this part out of the movie, or I left this part out of my video. I've stopped recording already, but I'm still ranting. Dude, just like full on scenes of just like going at it, everybody touching themselves and licking everything. I'm like, you know what? Fine. Call me puritanical. I would prefer to watch something that doesn't have just 50,000 sex scenes in it. Say what you will. I don't care anymore. You guys won. It pisses me off a little bit. Do you know what my problem is? Because, or I guess I have two problems with it. Like, number one, there are no new ways of showing it. That's what's so annoying to me. I think, like, it's not that I think there's any sort of moral component. And stop saying sex 50,000 times because YouTube's going to get really pissed off. But I'm an adult, right? I don't think there's any sort of moral component to sex at all. Having it is fine. Showing it and depicting it is fine. I think I just get really bored when I'm seeing the same thing in every single show and it always plays out the exact same way with characters who are fitting the exact same beauty standard all the time. You're like, oh, how soon, how early on in the show can we show some cheeks? How, you know, I want people to really know. And I'm just like, who is this for? Who is this for? Someone said I don't agree with this. That's fine. It's for you. It must be for you. It must be for you. I drink a lot of water during my streams. I'm going to drink some right now. Okay. Do you know what I do when I edit these videos? I cut out all the parts where I drink water. Do you know why? Because if you see me do it once, you know what it looks like when someone stops for a water break. That's kind of how I feel about sex scenes in general. 9 times out of 10, I'm like, all right, now we wait. And okay, we're going to get this close up. Yep, we're going to zoom. Okay, that's right. And then we're going to cut to them laying it. Like, at least switch it up. You know what? Get creative. That's all I want. That's all I want. I don't, it's not puritanical. I think it's the opposite, where I think that these things are actually so normal and common that seeing them arouses nothing in me. I don't know. That's just me. That's just me right there. That's all. But I'm like, because if y'all were like doing something interesting, and then I might be like, oh, I've never seen that before. But let's just say that didn't happen. That didn't happen in Wuthering Heights. I wasn't like, kombucha girl. Like, hold on. if you were finna put something in your movie, Brittany Broski, I want it to make me feel like this. This is what I'm looking for. If your scene ain't doing that, cut it out the movie. Cut it out the movie. It's not useful. It's not useful. Now, if you got me going like, okay, I'll be all right with it. Anyways, some side I resonate with this. It gets boring. Yeah, no, for real, for real. It's one thing if it seems necessary or moves the characters, but sometimes it's just because the old suits on set are saying it sells. Yeah. Well, okay, here's the thing. Sex sells because it's being sold to us. I feel like, why does nobody ever add that second part in there? And actually, I feel the same way when people talk about almost anything where they're like, well, it works. Because we didn't have options. That's why this works. Somebody arbitrarily decided that it works, but like, brother, can we try something else? Please, for the love of God. Someone said, if it doesn't add to the plot, chop it. Yeah, no, for real. Or like suggest it. What happened to suggestion? I don't know. It's so odd. Someone said, D'Angelo, watch Titan if you haven't seen it. Oh, I did. Woo. Buddy. Okay. We can't like talk about this movie too much. I can't even go to the not. Wow. On the one hand, I hated it, obviously, because it made me really, really uncomfortable. But on the other hand, I was like, oh, this is an interesting movie. This is actually an interesting movie. Somebody has done something in a film that I have never seen before, and they used it to explore. Someone said, what is it? How do I describe Titan? Chat. Essentially, what is it about? It's about one woman. I don't know how to describe this movie. Someone said it's French. It's French. That's how you describe the movie. It's French. Titan is French. And it involves a woman and a car. But actually, it has like a lot of gender stuff in there for sure. Also, someone said body horror. Yeah, there's a lot of body horror in there. Do not watch it if you have body horror issues. If any sort of gender dysphoria you will get triggered by, don't watch it. But I watched it and I was like, wow, this is metal. No pun intended. Metal plays a pretty big part in the movie. I was like, this is a lot, man. This is a lot. but also, I saw people saying that if you don't understand Wuthering Heights or whatever, you just haven't seen like these weird art house movies or whatever. And I was like, brother, I have watched movies much, much stranger than anything Fennell has like cooked up. For real. For real. But yeah, no, that was, someone said, don't tell me she gets with the car. She does. She does get with the car in this movie. Yeah, she does. It's wild though, bro. But when I tell you, it still had a point. That's the weirdest thing. If I tell you like, oh yeah, it's about this woman in a car and then there's relations and stuff, you might be thinking there's no way that this movie is anything other than just like gross out trash. But it is kind of making a point about gender, sort of, and a few other things as well. Very strange movie. Very, 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 very weird movie. For real. And I know that that's not going to sell as well as it's not going to sell as well as Wuthering Heights. So that's why I'm not recommending it to anyone here. But that being said, French movie directors, I don't trust them. Someone said, what movie are we talking about? Titan. Dude, they are always doing the most. Listen, this isn't, I'm not trying to be like xenophobic against French people. I actually appreciate that they're going hard, but why are French directors constantly determined to do the absolute most in all of their movies? Just make the weirdest stuff you've ever seen. They always go there. They always go there. Someone said, I didn't like Titan and I was so confused. I didn't like watching it either. I didn't. It made me really uncomfortable. But I still think as an art piece, it exists and it made its point. Someone said, D'Angelo, have you seen Hemlock Spring's new album, Apple Tree Under the Sea? Not yet, but I definitely want to. Someone said, I'm French and nobody in my family or extended family watches French movies. They are bad. That is kind of funny. Some said French directors are unhinged. Listen, there's just something about a French movie that is like different. They're going about it differently. And I'm like, oh, y'all are really moving different. And I don't know if I love that for me, but I love that for you. Okay, let's talk about some other movies. Nosferatu. Did any of y'all watch that with Lily Rose Depp? I think I have a pretty bad take on Nosferatu. With Lily Rose Depp, Aaron Taylor Johnson, what's his face? I can't remember his face, but the guy in that movie, he's also Lex Luthor. He's a good actor. He's decent. More than decent. He's a great actor. What is his name? Oh my God, who is this guy? Nicholas Hoult. Okay. I finally got there. Nicholas Hoult, Lily Rose Depp, all these people. I liked that movie. Now listen, you might have just heard me say I'm so tired of taking literary things and just making... Brother, I was enjoying myself. I was like, this is so entertaining. I was like, this is amazing. And also, I feel like it's a better... I don't know. It landed a little bit better. It clicked a little bit more for me, even though one could argue against this movie. I feel like if anybody has any sort of criticism for this movie, I would probably agree with it. And that doesn't change the fact that I had a really good time. I love the way the movie looks. I love the performances. They are so over the top. They're absolutely ridiculous. Everybody seems like they're in some weird theater play. It's great. Someone said I liked it. The costumes are gorgeous. The costumes were amazing. Someone said Nosferatu is like a fanfic movie. Yeah, no, it's like almost everything that I said was a problem with Wuthering Heights almost seems to apply to Nosferatu, except it just seemed like people were having more fun. So therefore it was less weird. Someone said gothic romance. You do sort of feel like it understands the theme of its source material a bit more. Someone said it's based on Nosferatu the movie, not the actual Dracula book. Yeah, and I think that helps it. Helps it a little bit. Someone said I feel like Poor Things was a great example of a film where the sexual content adds to the themes and story. Amazing film in my opinion. To a point, I agree. Beyond a certain point, I can't, because I also did just, I was like, I zoned out. But to a point, I definitely see what you're saying. It wasn't just there for no reason per se. That movie was a lot though. Oh my God, that movie was a lot, buddy. We've talked about Poor Things a little bit on the stream before. Like, dear God, I wanted to be 100% in love with the movie, and I wasn't, and that's what's sad to me. I didn't want to feel like there were aspects of the movie that were like kind of grossing me out, or that I found to be like really, really odd choices. But because like if you look at the set design, it's like, bro, look at this. It's so goofy. It's so wacky. It's so beautiful. Like, I keep saving images instead of opening them in a new tab. Look. Oh my God. Poor Things is such a beautiful movie, and the performances are so cool, and the music is so bonkers and the vision, but then I just start thinking about it on a macro level and I die. I die for sure. Someone said it's kind of eating visually. Dude, oh, the visuals are so good. It's I would glaze the visuals of Poor Things all day. I'm glazing it. But yeah, no. Oh man. Someone said, how about Begonia? I haven't watched another Yorgos Lanthimos film after Poor Things because it kind of pissed me off a little bit. So I haven't seen Begonia yet. Well. Also, I have a really unpopular opinion. Actually, I don't know or care if this is unpopular, but it feels like it would be unpopular. So Yorgos Lanthimos, he has his favorite. Right now, he cannot stop working with, what is her name? Emma Stone. They just can't stop. They're in Poor Things, or she's in his Poor Things movie. She's in Begonia. I think she did like a short film. It's a similar thing too, where you have Emerald Fennell, right? Emerald Fennell, Jacob Elordi. She won't stop casting Elordi. She's clearly obsessed with him, loves the way he appears on screen. He's in Saltburn. He's in this, that, the other. It's the same thing with like Christopher Nolan is constantly casting the same people in his movies. And I'm like, you know what? I actually don't like when directors keep working with the same actors over and over and over. Mostly because I'm like, I want to see something new. I want to see something new. Give me. I already know how you see this actor through your camera, and I love the fact that you're like deeply inspired by this other creative person, but like cast somebody else. Show me how somebody else takes your direction. Someone says she's probably his muse. Definitely. Yeah, I understand why it happens, but I just see myself, I'm like, oh, another Lanthimos Stone project. Okay. Wes Anderson core for sure. Someone said please watch Sentimental Value. Sentimental Value? I never heard of that one, I don't think. Adam Sandler started it, essentially. Eggers does the same. He does for sure. All right, what else we got? I appreciate a good relationship between actors and directors. Yeah, it's literally not a bad thing. I hope that doesn't sound like I'm like, you should stop. It makes sense. But I'm just like, but what if it was something different though? I think the thing is too, I love me an unknown actor. Like a relatively unknown actor. Oh, I spelled this correctly. Okay, listen. This man's performance in Sinners was crazy. You go to his IMDb. What was he doing before that? Wait, I don't know how to use IMDb. Oh, I just summarized this page with AI, which wasn't my intention. Oh, look at this. What was he in before this? Nothing. He wasn't in nothing before this. Not one single credit. And Ryan Coogler was like, we are going to go with somebody who actually fits the role. We're going to go with somebody whose voice makes sense for this project. It was beautiful casting. That was honestly one of the most legendary casting decisions. I mean, dude, so good. And what I hate is that like, for every great Jacob Elordi performance and for every great Margot Robbie performance or, you know, great Emma Stone performance, there is someone like this who keeps showing up to these calls or who wants to break out, who wants to do something amazing, and they are not getting booked because people just rely on people who are already popular. And I'm like, I cry. Someone said the heated rivalry castings goated. That's another example. Yes, I believe like both of the leads in there don't have extensive histories before that, and from what I understand, they did great in those roles. I've seen nothing but, you know, appreciation. So yeah, no, like, don't always go with. But you know what the thing is though, and I haven't watched Heated Rival Me. Heated Rival Me. Please don't. I don't want that. I don't consent to that. I haven't watched Heated Rivalry, so stop me if I'm wrong at any point. But what is really interesting about it is that it wasn't actually designed to be popular at any point, right? I think that that's part of what makes Heated Rivalry so interesting. If you look at the initial novel itself, this was just the second in a series that was niche. It's for like romance readers of this specific genre of like hockey romance stuff, and then like you look at the budget that the show was getting and it was small. Like, it's not actually things where we're like, oh, we're gonna pay millions and millions and millions and millions of dollars because we know that this is going to be popular and we're going to put all these really popular people in it. It was just people who cared a lot about the thing, and they knew that some people would really love it, and then it turns out a ton of people really loved it. And I feel like that kind of thing is a little more interesting to me artistically than things that we already know are going to be really popular because they're so expensive and we're putting so much, you know, money behind them and stuff like that. I don't know. It's just my opinion. Someone said they used their budget so well. Yeah, it's amazing how it blew up. It's really interesting how it blew up. Yeah, things like this amaze me. This idea that like there can be niche artwork, but people see the universality in it and then it goes viral and all these things. I love it. I really, really love it. Reading chat. Someone said Yellow Jackets is so good. Has anyone here watched Yellow Jackets? I'm not going to spoil anything about it because it's a bonkers show. Season 1 of Yellow Jackets was really entertaining for sure. And then season 2, you know, I was a little like up and down on it. Whoa. Phrasing. I was a little up and down on it. Sometimes the jokes just write themselves. My thoughts on season 2 were mixed. I was somewhat ambivalent is what I was trying to say. However, getting into season 3 of Yellow Jackets, I couldn't finish it. It's not, I don't know what happened. I really, 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 really don't know what happened. Someone says season 3 hurt. No. Like I was so sat for season 1. I was like, who is Pit Girl? Who has the antlers? I wanted to know everything about the show. I was like, wow, just watching this high school sports team destroy each other out in the wilds. This is amazing. This is so cool. I guess because I was so excited, I didn't realize that the pacing was getting weird in season 2. And so then some time had passed, and when I watched season 3, I was like, what? Is this the same show? What is going on here? Like, oh man, season 3, I was struggling. So I think I watched about 4 episodes or 5 episodes of it, and then I just read recaps of the rest of them, and I'll see how I feel about season 4. Someone said by season 3 it went a bit off track. Yeah, that's kind of how I feel personally. Someone said, hot take, can we get skin texture on screen again? Why is everyone so smooth other than men in action movies? I agree. No, I seriously agree. I was watching something on Apple the other day, and it clearly had some sort of like weird filter over it where like even the men, everybody just looked so like shiny and perfect. And I'm like, man, whatever actually happened to... Can I show y'all something amazing, something that helped me a lot and inspired me? So y'all may notice I have good skin, right? Obviously, I get that comment a lot because it's mostly smooth. I also do though have like blemishes and imperfections that pop up on my skin. I just leave them now. I've always mostly just left them, but I used to get really bothered. Like, there's currently a bump, you know, on my skin, or I have hyperpigmentation. People are going to think I don't have great skin or whatever. But I watched this video and I was like, this is amazing. Here. I don't want to glaze celebrities too much, but Amanda Seyfried put out this routine, or just the same thing that everybody does in their Vogue routines, where she's just explaining like, oh, I use these products or whatever. But she has eczema, and she actually was really just showing it off as if it wasn't that big of a deal in this video. I don't know why it's not working. Oh, there we go. You actually genuinely see what her skin like really looks like in this video, and I was like, why have I never seen that? I actually felt like my world just exploded seeing Amanda Seyfried be like, yeah, this is me and here's my skin. It's not perfect, but I still look like Amanda Seyfried. And then just go through her routine and do everything she wants and look like that by the end of it. I was like, dude, that is... I don't even know if people realize how amazing that is. I thought that was quite amazing. So whereas I don't have eczema, I absolutely don't always have completely flawless skin or anything like that, but I'm like, you know what? This is just how I look at any given time. Then this is just how you're going to see me right now. Period. Someone says she still looks so pretty. Exactly. That's the thing. Skin texture doesn't make you ugly. Skin texture doesn't make you ugly. But because the beauty standard is anti skin texture, you will feel ugly. Just having little things on your skin or whatever. It's really awful. It's pretty bad. Someone said, was she in The Housemaid? She was, but I didn't watch The Housemaid because you can't make me. Oh, wait, actually, I don't even know if I told you all this. I have beef with Frida McFadden. She doesn't know it because she's never heard of me ever. Frida McFadden, for those of you who don't know, even though you probably do, The Housemaid is a movie that came out with Sydney Sweeney and Amanda Seyfried, written by Frida McFadden. I was in a thriller era. I was reading everything. I was rereading like Gillian Flynn. I was reading The Girl on the Train. I was reading like so many thrillers. And I was like, yeah, now I'm going to read Frida McFadden. Let's go. And I read this one right here. Never lie. It was this one. When I tell you, this book pissed me off so bad. I can't, like, it's not because it was a bad book. It's really not. I think I just read the plot twist. I got to the plot twist and I'm like, I'm just pissed off at this book. At how, I don't know how to explain how I feel about Frida McFadden. It's like very much popcorn, and popcorn is okay. It is. She's popular for a reason. Look how many ratings this book has. 1.5 million ratings. I was like, everyone is having a lot of fun with Frida McFadden, so I don't want to be that dude on the outside like, brother, what is going on here? But ever since then, anytime I see her name, I'm like, there's no way we're doing this Frida McFadden thing again. I was just like, you know what? People can have their fun. And it was an enjoyable book. I want to make sure I'm being really open and honest with you, really just radically transparent. I read that book in a day. Chat, I read this book in like one actual day. I could not stop reading this because I was like, it was so like trashy and like pulpy and ridiculous. I was like, oh my God. I completely understand where Frida McFadden's fans are coming from. I didn't realize it was popular to the point where we're now getting Frida McFadden movies. That's all I have to say about The Handmaid. I know a lot of people are not enjoying this because they're like, oh, Sydney Sweeney's in it. You know, she's so weird or whatever, which I would kind of have to agree. Sydney Sweeney's image is a little bit strange, but like, I was just like, I'm skipping this one because you can't make me watch a Frida McFadden movie, brother. No. Someone says she steals ideas. Oof, I don't know about all that. All I know is like, I was just mad, man. I was mad. You know, I will probably never make a video about Sydney Sweeney. Now, if a video comes out about Sydney Sweeney, don't clip this part of the stream where I said I was never going to talk about her. You're going to be like, you said you weren't going to do this. Well, I must have realized at some point that I stood to gain more views by doing so. And I was like, you know what? I do have a point and I can make good content. We're going for it. But right now, I feel like Sydney Sweeney just makes me kind of like, there's a group of people like her that I can't really talk about. Sabrina Carpenter's another one where I feel like the conversation is a little too, I'm not comparing Sydney Sweeney to Sabrina Carpenter. I feel like the conversation is very much better had by people who have more nuance than me, and who are a little closer to the issues at hand. And what I mean by that is like, I remember when Sabrina Carpenter's Man's Best Friend album came out, and there was a album cover, and there was a lot of discourse about her being on her knees while some man is pulling her hair or whatever, grabbing her hair, however you want to describe that. And I was like, wow. Or there's just like a lot of talk about like the way Sydney Sweeney presents herself as well. And I look at the things that people are saying and I'm like, oh, I see what you're saying. But like, I just honestly, as a man, if you will, I still don't really feel like I have much to say when it comes to the male gaze or like the way women are presenting themselves or being presented or not presented. I don't want to make a video about Sabrina Carpenter is like really upsetting people because of the way she's portraying things in her new thing, or like Sydney Sweeney is doing the Sydney Sweeney thing again. I just like, I will leave that to the people who it's not going to come across as cringe from. I don't think I have, I don't know, man. It's a no for me, dog. Someone said, the problem is that pop feminism will always fail us because it isn't real feminism. Yeah, no, like the people who are criticizing it have done a much better job than I could ever do. And that's more so why I'm just like, I don't really have to make a video about Sabrina Carpenter's album cover because you're going to get the most surface level awful takes from me, which is essentially like, oh yeah, I understand why people were upset by this and I understand why people liked it. Thanks for watching. And then it's gonna be like, what was the point of that? I don't feel like I have. I don't feel like I have. I don't know. I try not to talk about things that I don't have good perspective on, man. Reading chat. Someone said when Sydney Sweeney is catering to white supremacists, I think that man's best friend is not that deep. Regardless of that, I definitely agree. I do have more criticism for Sydney Sweeney because it's not just the image thing or the gaze thing or whatever. It is also like her flirting with all of these like conservative friendly viewpoints and then refusing to denounce any of them. That is really, really weird. And I don't like that at all. I don't like it. Someone said just joined, what's happening. We were just talking about Sydney Sweeney and Sabrina Carpenter randomly. I don't even know how I got there. Oh, because we were talking about Freedom McFadden. We were talking about, oh my God. Y'all just got ADHD'd. We were talking about skin texture because someone said they missing skin texture, and then I brought up Amanda Seyfried, and then somebody said, "Is she from The Handmaid's Tale?" Not The Handmaid's Tale. The what is that movie called? I already forgot. The Housemaid. The Housemaid. The Handmaid's Tale is a completely different story. So we brought that movie up, and then Sydney Sweeney came up, and then I started thinking about Sydney Sweeney and then Sabrina Carpenter. This is how I structure all of my thoughts, which is to say they're not structured at all. The Handmaid's Tale is lit though. Like, I haven't watched the movie or show, I'm sorry, because I don't want to do that. But the novel though, y'all. Listen. I usually don't even like it when authors are like super hyped up by people. But I'm going to be honest with you. I believe the hype about Margaret Atwood. Okay, I'm just saying what I'm going to say. Like, she really ate that novel down. And it's not only that one either. There's this other novel too. Called Oryx and Crake. It's old. It's 23 years old at this point. And yes, it's absolutely a product of its time. But it's crazy too, because she was like super predicting the future in that novel as well. I don't know. There's something about Margaret Atwood where she's really, really good at seeing the way things are going and imagining the worst version of that. And then unfortunately, you're seeing those things happen. Someone said, I love Oryx and Crake. Dude, it's a good book. I love Oryx and Crake as well. I just love the way that Margaret Atwood uses words, honestly. Someone said, I can't stand Margaret Atwood. Oh, that's interesting. That's interesting. I feel like probably if there are reasons not to like her, they involve being smarter than I am. But me coming into it from the outside, I appreciated it. I really did. Reading chat. Someone said there's no world in which a cover like Sabrina's is helping push feminism further, but again, pop culture is about selling, not dismantling capitalism and patriarchy. Well, yeah. Okay, here. I have a thought about this. And you're going to have to stop me because now I'm going to purposely get too woke. This is going to be cringe. We're about to do leftist posting and I try not to do it because I'm a terrible, I'm so bad at this. From a sort of like American liberal viewpoint, this is essentially great, right? because women can do whatever they want and should definitely be able to make whatever artwork they want to without it being policed, which I think we all agree with. I think, though, when you sort of maybe move past this liberal view of it into more of a generally leftist critique of, okay, is it not possible that even in your expression of the self, you may still be upholding things that are actually oppressing people, like unjust hierarchies? And this sort of seems to be more so a maintenance of the status quo as opposed to anything that pushes us closer towards the erasure of these hierarchies. I think things like that are like annoying to say, but I feel like that is kind of what I was getting from the discourse. And I was like, that makes sense. I was like, that tracks to me personally. Again, I'm still not going to turn this into a video because I'm so, I don't want to say smooth brained. I'm so like, dude, everything, I don't know. It is what it is. Someone said I can see both sides. Yeah, no, like I don't know. Me being a guy and making a video about Sabrina Carpenter needs to put away the sexy lyrics and stuff. I'm never going to do that ever. That's wouldn't be coming from an actual authentic place. But other people saying like, hey, it's not really enough for the buck to just stop at, okay, great, we can all do whatever we want and we're fine now. And patriarchy is not a thing and you can't be playing into it anymore, no matter what you're choosing to do or whatever. That seems like a really important conversation to me personally. Someone says it's not annoying, you ate. I try to eat a little bit. Cause look, I'll tell you the truth too. I don't always immediately see what people are saying. You know what I mean? Like my first thought seeing this, I was definitely just like, bro, I was just like, is it that deep? You know, can't she just talk about whatever she wants to talk about? But when it's explained to me, like, yes, Sabrina Carpenter can talk about whatever she wants to talk about. But when you look at the context that is motivating her to talk about these things and perform this way, it's not being erased by her continuing to participate in this. I was like, oh, okay, no, that tracks. Everybody totally has agency to do what they want. And we should all be, honestly, as hot or slutty as we want. But, like, that doesn't change the fact that the male gaze still exists, actually, and that there is social capital to be gained by portraying yourself this way. And that for many people, this is quite off-putting that we're still here. I think the perfect world for like this sort of thing would be one where there's no connotation of a woman having her hair pulled. If I say like, oh, he just yanked her hair or whatever, you're not immediately going towards like where your mind probably goes with that. But we don't, I guess, live in an exact perfect world where art always stands by itself on its own or whatever. But yeah, that's truly all I have to say. I don't want to bastardize any of these conversations. I don't want to sound like an idiot or like I just don't know what I'm talking about. I just always try to see where people are coming from. I really, really, really do. I really do. Someone said it's really that simple. Yeah, no, it is really that simple. I guess I also feel a little sorry too for people who try to explain their problems with these things because they get shut down a lot. It's kind of like what we were talking about with Wuthering Heights, where on the surface, Wuthering Heights is also not that like deep. But then like there's kinds of things underneath it that are interesting conversations to be had. And I feel like if Sabrina Carpenter is like a useful vehicle for like criticism of this cover is a useful vehicle for talking about patriarchy and gays and stuff like that, then I'm like, that's still interesting. Someone said the cover isn't meant to be empowering in the context of the album. Yeah, no, I still don't think like I myself have any sort of point about Sabrina being bad or doing bad things intentionally. But yeah, no, it is what it is. She writes some catchy songs though. I'll give her that. I'll give her that. Someone said I'm tired of artists doing rage bait. Yeah, no, for real. For real. The rage bait does have to end for sure. I think everybody's getting tired of rage bait. I mean, we've been tired of it. That's sort of the point of it. But I feel like rage bait is more likely to elicit exhaustion at this point than it is actually to elicit rage. And then when people finally realize that, we'll all do better. We will all do better. Reading chat. So I I think it's unsafe because the grip on the hair is sketch. Okay, no, that's a good argument too. If you want to be like, I want to see Sabrina Carpenter's hair being pulled more safely, I agree. Because it should be closer, right? To the... I'm pretending not to know this. I'm playing dumb right now. I don't know anything about this. I'm sure you're thinking it should be closer to the scalp. That would be my assumption as somebody who doesn't know anything about how to safely pull hair, right? Oh my god. Someone said the grip on the hair is loose. Well, okay, hold on. It's like, it's a photo shoot, obviously. So, like, there's nothing, Sabrina was not being harmed in the making of that picture. But as a general idea, you definitely shouldn't be like this far away with somebody's hair. You should be a little closer, is what I would assume. I don't know that, and I would have no way of knowing that. That's all. Safely, why would I know that? Why would I have that information on deck like that? I don't know. Anyways. Reading chat. Someone said, I feel like her fans tried to push the narrative that there was feminist subcontext and that's why it's annoying. Dude, so many times, the discussions around things wind up being so much more annoying than the thing itself, because in people's defense of it, they're just like, massive defense, like, oh no, Sabrina's actually my favorite artist and she had all these deep reasons that you're making up that Sabrina herself didn't even say. That's when it kind of turns into this whole thing, and I'm like, brother, sometimes you are doing negative PR. Someone said you're bald and Sabrina has a wig. Well, it could just as easily be the opposite. Sabrina Carpenter could be bald and I could have a wig, you know? Things can change so fast. You never know how your life is going to play out. Reading chat. Someone said you learn the randomest things on the internet. You definitely do. Her fans are so bad. Her fans are basically Swifties. Chat. Everyone's fans are bad at this point. I agree with you. That Sabrina Carpenter... Stans, not fans. Having espresso, that's that me espresso in your playlist, or even like being someone who listens to all of Sabrina Carpenter's music online as it comes out, and being a fan is not bad. But being the kind of person who sees criticism or even just this group discussion about things that she may or may not be playing into and coming in here with all these like made up reasons for why actually she was like masterclass theory crafting or whatever. It's like everyone at this point. Emerald Fennell's fans, some of them are doing that for her new movie, and it makes Wuthering Heights really hard to talk about. It does make like any form of like rap discourse, rapper fans do this. So many fan bases make the people that they are fans of seem worse by proxy. It's actually genuinely hilarious. And with that being said, I'm gonna be honest with you. Someone said D'Angelo stands are fine. No. Listen, I'm being really honest with you. Don't even bother defending me online. Don't even do it. I know you are like, I wasn't planning on doing that. Good. Keep it 100. I would much rather somebody says something about me, whether it's true or not, and you just see that and you're just like, okay. I don't even want that reputation. That I can do no wrong, because there's always going to be some D'Angelo Wallace viewer coming in to explain why everything he does is right. Everything I do is not right. I make mistakes and I choose wrong occasionally. And most importantly, it doesn't matter if somebody has criticism for me. I feel like people add so much of like a moral component to everything nowadays that it just makes it hard to talk about. Like if I say, for example, hey, some people found this album cover to be, some people found this album cover to be a bit interesting or problematic or whatever. I do think for sure there's a type of Sabrina Carpenter stan who is like, oh God, but I have her tour merch. She was my top artist that I listened to on streaming. Like, you have just said that something she's done could possibly be bad. You must be implying that I'm contributing to some sort of, negative thing. And it's like, you could still know all the lyrics to Espresso. It's fine. You don't have to explain why everything is okay. I don't know. I see this a lot. Here, let me show you an example of where I see this. Okay. This is going to be really funny. There is a subreddit called True Film. It's really, it's kind of cringe. I'm not gonna lie to you. But frequently you will get posts on here. Look, I don't even have to search far. Look at this, look at this, look at this. Why Eddington was the most misunderstood and underappreciated film of last year. I haven't watched Eddington. I haven't watched Eddington. Or people could just not like it and it's fine. Here, I'll give you another example. I promise I could probably find one really fast. Okay, never mind. I can't find another one. But you frequently get these posts where people take any bit of criticism and you have to explain why. You know, it's like, no, everyone is wrong. You misunderstood this. You misunderstood what these people are doing. And I'm like, or we just have a differing opinion. Or we just have a differing opinion. One person can believe that this artist is actually playing into some negative stuff and it should be called out, and you can believe that it's not the case, and it doesn't have to be discourse. But everything is discourse. Nothing can be opinion anymore. Someone said Eddington is overrated. Yeah, I haven't watched the movie, so I have no opinion on it at all. But I did watch another Ari Aster film. That's Ari Aster, right? Or am I incorrect about that? I don't want to be wrong. Yeah, it is. Okay. I watched Beau is Afraid. Dude. Ari. Can I call you Ari? You could have just gotten therapy. You could have just gotten therapy. That's the craziest thing about this movie. You didn't have to actually like write this film. You didn't have to. You really could have been like, actually, I'm going to work on myself, learn and grow as a person. But instead, he was like, oh no, everything weird that's going on in me, it's going to be this movie for all of y'all. And you're all going to watch this. And so then I watched the movie and I'm like, oh no, now I need therapy, more therapy than I had before. No, I'm kidding. A little bit. Oh, nah. Someone said, who's your favorite director? Who is my favorite director? I don't have a favorite director because every single time I like a movie a lot, the director also will have other things that are stinkers sometimes to me. And so I feel like I try to be a fan of people's work, not even their specific vision or whatever. So for example, my favorite movie of all time, usually, I change my answer sometimes, is Fantastic Mr. Fox. Dude, greatest movie ever. Okay, beautiful film, has a celebrity cast, but it's actually good. So endlessly quotable, like different hotbox. I absolutely love this movie. And so for a while there, I was like, oh, Wes Anderson, he must be my favorite director or whatever. But essentially, I was kind of just like, I kept watching his movies and I was like, oh, I don't really love every Wes Anderson movie. And then it's the same thing with like Interstellar, where I love this movie. Dude, this movie is so insanely good to me. And so I watched this 12 years ago and I'm like, you know what? I like Interstellar. I like Inception. This is going to be Christopher Nolan is now my favorite director. And then you watch some more of Christopher Nolan's movies and I'm like, I didn't really love every Christopher Nolan movie I've ever watched. So I think directors peak and I appreciate their peaks. Another great example would be Bong Joon-ho, who gave us Bong Joon-ho. I switched his name around. Bong Joon-ho, who gave us Parasite, and I was like, oh my god, Parasite is good enough that I can make you my fave, but I can't do it. I have a lot of Robert Eggers appreciation because I really love The Witch. That's a really cool movie. And also I like Nosferatu and I like The Lighthouse, so like he's close, but I'm sure one day he'll put something out and I'm like, But yeah, no, I like a lot of directors. Someone said Tenet wasn't great. I didn't think Tenet was great either. I didn't think Tenet was great. That's so weird to me. It's really weird to me that I didn't think Tenet was great. I don't know why. I don't understand my thoughts on this movie. Part of it was because I literally did not understand it the first time I watched it. I'm okay like saying that. I'm okay admitting that. But like I don't know. Something about this movie just did not hit for me. Someone said I have favorite movies, but not favorite directors. Yeah. Very much in the same boat there. Reading chat. I couldn't understand it. Dude, I very much had to look up, what did I even just watch? Oh, wait, I'm spoiling the plot on Wikipedia. Yeah, no, I was so confused. Oh, and now he's doing the Odyssey, right? Isn't that Christopher Nolan's current project? The Odyssey? Okay. Chat. The Odyssey with Zendaya and Mia Goth and Anne Hathaway and Tom Holland. I'm kind of like, I guess, I suppose. I don't know. I do not know how to feel about the existence of this movie. I am happy to see Elliot Page in more things though, because I am a fan. But no, like I am not really sure. I'm not really sure. When Elliot Page first came out as Elliot Page and then was not immediately in a bunch of things, I got really scared because I'm like, are we never going to see him again? He's such a good actor. Please, please don't retire. But he did not retire. I'm so happy. I was like, oh, thank God. We're back to having Elliot Page in new movies. I would have cried. I would have been like, happy for you, but please come back. Please. Someone said the helmets look so bad. Dude, the helmets look... Okay, listen. Nolan Odyssey helmets. What are those? Chat. What is that? I can't. I really cannot. I can't do it, dude. Listen, I'm not a stickler. I'm not even a stickler for accuracy, but I'm like, this is literally giving like Warhammer 40K. Do y'all know what that is? That is, it's kind of niche-ish, but it's giving a specific brand of hokey, like hyper military CGI. I really, someone said Lego. It's giving Lego for sure. I'm scared, y'all. I'm scared. Someone said, why does it look so AI? Oh man. Someone said, watch the Travis. Oh, I forgot that Travis Scott is in this. Wait. Hold on. I saw him in this and I was like, there is no way. Now listen. Listen. Is this him? This is him right here? I am not that kind of person. Like, I'm gonna see like, oh, there's a black person and start freaking out. I'm more so just like, it's just Travis Scott. It's literally just Travis Scott in the Odyssey. Why? Why? You're not an actor. Stop it. Get some help. This level of stunt casting pisses me off, honestly. It's so very distracting. I will never understand it. I'll never understand it. Someone said, I'm praying for the downfall of the movie. 3D printed helmet. It is giving 3D printing. I don't know what's supposed to be happening with this movie, but it's odd. Speaking of Zendaya, though, someone said we have 10 celebrities and they're everywhere. I'm about to talk about another Zendaya thing. By the way, I did not think this would turn into a movie and TV discussion stream. Should we have one of those once a month? If I can just find like monthly, we can check in and talk about like, I don't know. I'm having fun right now because I really do love talking about movies and TV shows. But listen, y'all, I watched the trailer for the new Euphoria season. What is this? This is not a... I'm not asking a hypothetical question. If you watched Euphoria season 1 and season 2, don't lie to me, because some of you are in this chat right now. I know some of you watched Euphoria season 1 and season 2. What is this? You owe me an explanation for what's happening in this trailer. Oh God, I just scrolled. We're getting cheeks. I can't even show this trailer. Dude, what is this is not the same show, is it? I'm so confused. Someone said I didn't know there was a trailer. Oh, go ahead and watch it. Go ahead and watch it on your downtime and tell me how this is apparently the same show where it was about high school students doing high school stuff. Now they're all like, half of them are sex workers and you've got all these drug deals going on. And I'm like, this isn't the same show. This isn't the same show. That might be the same actor right there. That might be Zendaya herself. But this is not the same show. No, what? Someone said don't hit play. I'm not finna hit play. I'm not finna hit play and just get Sydney Sweeney flashing us. And I already made that mistake. Oh my God. Someone said it's brand new everything. They're adults. Okay, I did see that it said it was like a time skip. I do definitely understand that. But I'm like, Nani? Very interesting. Very interesting. Reading chat. The director is just... y'all already know that I have beef with the director just based off of The Idol. Which, you know, one of my friends said that Wuthering Heights reminded them of The Idol. And I was like, you are smarter than me. That is such a good comparison. You actually dug really, really deep for that one. Wuthering Heights 2026 does remind me of The Idol. Because when I think back about my time watching The Idol, I do remember a lot of like the visuals. Even though it's been years since I've watched this, a few years, I remember the visuals. I remember some of the plot points just for being absolutely bonkers. And yes, I did find parts of it interesting. However, The Idol did the same thing that Wuthering Heights did, where Sam Levinson took someone's original script that was about one thing, completely gutted it, went all in on like, let's just sex it up and add all these elements to it. And then it turns into something that almost seems to be spitting in the face of what it was supposed to be. And anything interesting about it is in spite of itself. Dude, it was such a good comparison. Goated comparison. I wish I made it myself, honestly. Someone said, and the romanticized abuse. No, like it literally, there are so many comparisons you could make. You could talk about the romanticization of abuse and this and Wuthering Heights. You could talk about the way it has the same visuals, looking amazing and beautiful, but not fixing anything. It having actual good music in it. Not all the music is good. Like, I was like, Emerald Fennell in another life would have directed The Idol, and Sam Levinson would have directed Wuthering Heights, and they would have been the same movie. They should collaborate. They should collaborate. Someone said, have you seen Ryan Murphy's new show with Bella Hadid, The Beauty? No, not yet. Or I don't know if I'm going to watch that one. I did see one that has a similar premise. I know it's not the exact same. The Beauty, I think, was written before this. But I watched The Substance. I watched The Substance. Oh God, they're already showing weird stuff. I shouldn't be searching that. I watched this movie. Did I talk about this? I don't think I did. Look. What did I tell you? What did I tell you about these French filmmakers? What does that say right there above my head? What does that say? I told you. It didn't even occur to me. It didn't even occur to me that this was a French film. This is what I'm saying about French filmmakers just being the most unhinged group of people. What is in the water? What is in the air? Are you legally obligated to make the most bonkers movie possible? Oh my God. Someone said I hated The Substance. Nah, man. Like, I didn't hate I feel similarly about The Substance as I do to Titan, actually. Which is where I feel like it has a point, for sure. And it made its point. So I don't think it's a bad movie. I don't think The Substance is a bad movie at all. I think I was definitely just like cringing a lot, and it was really hard to watch. And there were elements of it that were so unbelievable, but it's not supposed to be believable. It's an insane story. It's not realistic at all. But yeah, I would say The Substance and Titan are pretty similar in terms of body horror, French film concerning themes of, you know, I don't know, femininity or these other things. Like, very, very, very interesting. Very interesting. Someone said, I heard there's body horror and I stayed away. Stay away. You have any body horror issues, you think to yourself like, oh, I have a trouble with body horror, but I've heard that The Substance is good. Should I watch it? No. I have trouble, or I don't have much trouble with body horror. And I watched this movie and I was having trouble with it. I was like, oh my God. No, don't watch it if you have any sort of issue with that. Someone said it's only body horror. It's literally only body horror. Like, I think it starts maybe like 5 or 10 minutes in, and it does not let up from there. Oh my God, it's insane. But I thought that Demi Moore was super cool in this movie. I was like, wow. Wow, this is a great performance. The market quality was also really cool, but I was like, Demi Moore was doing the most. I liked it a lot, but it's peak body horror for sure. Oh yeah. It gave me body horror fear. It made me have a problem with body horror. Oh my God. I was kicking my feet giggling in the theater during the last 30 minutes. Oh, you're the problem. You're the problem. It's people like you who just live for the most, like, you want the mess in your life. You don't want it in your life. You want it on the screen. You're like, yes, I want people to squirm. I want to live. That's how I felt about the last 30 minutes of that film too. Have any of y'all ever watched Suspiria? The remake of Suspiria. Now listen here, okay? I know that Dakota Johnson rightfully gets the Nepo baby allegations because she is. That's what she is. I don't think she's ever claims that this wasn't the case. I added 2 S's in her name. There's only one. And I know that she gets panned for not having a lot of range and stuff like that. I don't know what it was about her in this movie. She was like, Dakota Johnson? No, I'm going to give you camp. Suspiria, the remake is crazy. I definitely need to rewatch, or not rewatch. I need to watch the original. I need to watch the 70s version, obviously. But yeah, on a whim, I watched the 2018 remake and I was like, oh my God, this is bonkers. Someone says she's oddly fascinating. Okay, you know what? I agree. That take is going to get you like mugged on the internet. I know for sure that we all have to hate Dakota Johnson for whatever reason. I obviously no one really hates her, right? I think the thing is people just don't feel strongly about her. And it's like, why is there always Dakota Johnson in some movie role doing something, this, that, the other? But I have a morbid fascination with Dakota Johnson's film career. I'm not going to lie to you. Because it's like every time I watch a movie with her in it, I'm like, okay, is she going to do something different? And then she doesn't do it. I don't know how to explain it. The thing I find funny about Dakota Johnson is the same thing that people don't like about her. But I find her to be fascinating. She went to the acting school for being Dakota Johnson and only knows how to do that one thing. And then she gets casted to do the one thing, and then she does the one thing, and then I watch the movie and I'm like, oh my God, it was the one thing again. It's really, really funny. It's hilarious. Someone said she's going to be in Verity. Oh my, is she? Is that true? I see Anne Hathaway. Oh, Dakota Johnson and Josh Hartnett. Okay, so we've got Colleen Hoover Colleen Hoover featuring Dakota Johnson. I'm sure everyone's real excited about that. Oh, buddy. Oh, buddy. I'm sure everyone's real excited about that. Because I know y'all love Colleen Hoover, right? That's the thing about Colleen Hoover. I've never read her books, but the main thing I see is everyone really loves all of her stuff and says there's never any problems with anything that she does. And everyone really loved It Ends With Us. And everyone really loves Dakota Johnson. So I'm sure all of those things coming together, all those things coming together is going to be great for a lot of people. Yeah, no, that's going to be... There's going to be discourse. There's going to be discourse. It just dawned on me. It just dawned on me. It's all going to happen again. And then I'm going to be here, as much as I try not to pay attention to Colleen Hoover, being like, I'm D'Angelo, and this video is about Colleen Hoover and Dakota Johnson, and I don't know, literature, and... No. I'm tired. I'm tired. I'm tired. I don't want to make a commentary video about Colleen Hoover's Verity. I'm telling you right now. I'm telling you right now. If this winds up turning into a thing and it's the exact same thing as It Ends With Us, and it's the exact same thing as people talking about Wicked a lot, or people talking about Wuthering Heights a lot, and you see me making a video, just know that I betrayed myself. I betrayed myself. I can literally already predict the controversy. I can already predict it. People are going to say accurately that Colleen Hoover's books have some weird choices in them when it comes to depiction, normalization, or romanticization of certain things, and then Colleen Hoover is going to make some sort of like statement that's a little bit tone deaf about it, and she's going to be like, oh, I really wanted to focus on these things, and then you're going to have people saying like, whoa, that's like not consistent with what's in the book, and then people are going to start talking about It Ends With Us for sure. And then Dakota Johnson's probably going to get implicated for being Dakota Johnson, and they're going to be like nepotism and oh buddy, if there's discourse, I'll try to make a good video about it. But I just, it all played out in my mind. I saw like my 23-minute video about it, and I was like, what if we didn't? What if we didn't? Someone said, this is your job. It is. It is. I know it's my job. I did it to myself. I wouldn't, there's nothing else in this world I would rather be doing. Actually, I'm one of the only people who I like it's so rare to glitch into being able to get paid to do the thing that you like doing. I love internet discourse, but there's something about Colleen Hoover specifically where I'm like, oh no, not this. That being said, I'm not gonna lie, call me performative or whatever, but the hate is forced though. For Dakota Johnson. Okay, now listen. Go ahead and whip out the performative male allegations or whatever. Calling her a Nepo baby is fine, and saying she has no range is fine, and that is what I see a lot of people saying. But Dakota Johnson being like the CEO of, oh yeah, let's all just like hate this person, and anytime she appears, I have to like come out of the woodwork and say, oh yeah, Dakota Johnson again. I'm just like, I could definitely think of some actors, not actresses. I can definitely think of some actors who are just as Dakota Johnson-y as Dakota Johnson, but it's not the same thing. It's never the same thing. It's always something about people like this who come across as like annoying to people or like dry or whatever, who are always getting like the bulk of the, oh my god, we hate you, we don't want to see you anymore criticism. And I'm just like, brother, it's interesting. Someone said my emotional support Nepo baby. Look, if Dakota Johnson is your emotional support Nepo baby, that's fine. Everybody gets to have one. You know who mine is? I'm gonna be real with you. I should put her last name because that is too general. I'm gonna be real with you. Willow Smith is my favorite Nepo baby. Listen to me. Someone said Chris Pratt. No, yeah, dude. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna lead all of you in prayer. This is something that we used to do in church. I haven't been to church in a while. because it would probably burn down if I just crossed the threshold. However, I'm going to lead all of you in prayer right now. Once you close your eyes, bow your heads. You don't have to pray to God if you're not Christian. You can pray to yourself. Whoever's listening, we come together today. I pray that Chris Pratt, whatever online hatred and rancor you have for Dakota Johnson, I want to see that doubled and then given to Chris Pratt. We come together today to ask you for a hate campaign against Chris Pratt specifically. Just kidding. We would never do that. That would make us seem like bad people. But what if we did do that? How would you respond? Can you show us that? Please. That's all I ask for. Bully Chris Pratt out of the Mario series. You know, and anytime somebody has something bad to say about Dakota Johnson, switch it to Chris Pratt. Amen. Amen. That's all. That's all I have to say. Thank you for praying with me. That was very important. I had to get that off my chest. Also, my favorite thing about the word amen is it's literally the same thing as saying, and that's on period. Proof. Lord, we're gathered here today to say thank you for this food and please bless our time together. Amen. Or, Lord, we're gathered here today to say, please bless this food and thank you for our time together. And that's on period. It's the same thing. Oh, Lord, little Timmy fell down the well. Please, speedy recovery for his leg. Amen. Speedy recovery for little Timmy, and that's on period. That's how I feel about the word amen, for sure. I love it. It's so funny. It's so funny. But with that being said, Willow Smith is my favorite Nepo baby. I'm sorry. I just don't care. She's actually talented. I really, really, really love her music, her image, her ideas, her artistic growth. I don't care that she got... This is a horrible take. Horrible take. I don't care that she got a music career handed to her as a child because we got some bangers. We got some bangers out of this. I have such big feelings. You ever heard that song? You ever listened to this album right here, Empathogen? Oh, nah. If you want to be a Nepo baby and drop bangers for us, oh, go right ahead. Go right ahead. Please, by all means. Because at the end of the day, I just want to... Some of her most recent album is perfect. Empathogen is so good. It's actually so good. Like, what you mean? How did she even do that? Yeah, no, it's great. Someone says she utilized her nepotism. Exactly. Put that nepotism to work. What I don't want to see is you having nepotism and then you finna be boring. You finna be boring? No. How dare you? There are people who are trying to be so much more interesting than you and they're never even going to get seen and you can just do boring things. That's why people don't really love Dakota Johnson, similar people. But no, if you're going to be like, oh, I got a spotlight on me, I'm finna do like jazzy rock fusion experimental stuff, just kicking it with like Kamasi Washington and all these people. I'm like, okay, you know what? Maybe there could be one Nepo baby. Someone said, did you ever speak about JoJo Siwa? Like 5 years ago, I made a video about JoJo Siwa when she was a kid. How old was JoJo Siwa 5 years ago? JoJo Siwa age. Yeah, okay, she was like 17. And I think in a video, I briefly made the point that JoJo was fine. Excuse me. And that like much of the discourse around her was forced and was silly. And like, she's just a 17-year-old doing silly teenager things or whatever. Much time has passed since then. JoJo Siwa is definitely not a child at this point, and I don't actually buddy, there's a lot going on there. So the last time you saw me talk about JoJo Siwa and say, oh, she's fine, nothing JoJo Siwa does is worth me commenting on. I'm an adult. I don't care. Things have changed. There's been a disturbance in the Siwa verse for sure. And now I think there's a lot to say. I've still avoided doing so because I'm just not there right now. But we'll see. We'll see. Reading chat. Someone says she's not okay. Yeah, no, I'm like, oh, Trojo. But you know what's really tricky though? Like, you know what's really, really, really awful? Actually, I don't want to use JoJo as a specific example because I'm not too familiar. No, I'm gonna use her as an example. Sorry, JoJo. It's kind of awful seeing somebody like get used as a child and then wind up seemingly struggling a lot in adulthood. You know what I mean? Because I would argue if you took away her having a dance mom's career or whatever, well, isn't that her start for sure? Dance moms. Oh yeah, right here. The first time we ever heard about JoJo Siwa, it was because her mom was using her to make money. Which I think is really, really not cool. And I think from then, it's never been anything like normal with her. And that's unfortunate. I would actually rather we just never heard about JoJo ever, because she could have just been some little girl who liked to dance and her mom never was like, yeah, I'm going to get a bag and put you on TV because of this. I don't think we would ever be having discourse about this person. That's how I feel about so many people who like get started young. It makes me, it's so bad. It's so bad. Someone said the Calkin brothers. Yes, I feel the exact same way where it's like Macaulay Culkin, who is actually pretty much fine nowadays and seems to actually have like found peace in his life and stuff like that. But he had a lot of issues at one point. He would be the first to tell you this, right? But it's like you probably wouldn't be having all these issues if your parents aren't like, oh, you're a cute kid. Go make us money. It pisses me off. It doesn't excuse your actions as an adult. It really doesn't at all. But it doesn't change the fact that like, I just know you would be more well-adjusted if no one ever used you like this when you were younger. That sucks. But because of this, that's why it makes me happy when you see that Macaulay Culkin's fine. He lived and is okay now. And no. I just, save me, please. I just, in general, I have no sympathy in my heart for the parents of child entertainers. Ever. None. That's something that you'll never get me to budge on. I will never concede even a little bit. It's labor. A job is the one thing a child should never have to do. You should never have to do a job when you're a child. Never. Because you can't go back. That's the thing. I've been working since, I don't know. It depends on what you call work. I've been working since I was a teenager, right? But like getting paid to work, right? Being responsible for my finances and stuff since I was a teenager. If this had started when you're like 5, you can't ever get the childhood part back. You got robbed by your parents. It doesn't even matter if they give you your money back or anything like that. Your parents robbing you of your youth so that you can allegedly have a career, and probably telling themselves too, like, oh, we're just doing this so that like you can live your dreams or whatever. Dude, if your kid is like, oh, I want to be I want to be a popular singer or something like that, you know what you tell your kid? Okay, great. Let's get you the resources to learn music. Go ahead and like learn to sing and dance. Yeah, you want to do a music video? Okay, great. I'm going to shoot a music video. Here, go ahead. Be in a music video. Sing. Be a singer right now. And then when you are an adult and you've done this practice and stuff, you want to start doing job-related things, we'll help you do that as well. But no, yeah, you really get these weirdo parents who are just like, oh, there's a bag to be made. And you just get to tell yourself. Someone said it robs you of your education as well. Yes. Jeanette McCurdy, who played Sam on iCarly, wrote a book talking about how her mom and other adults exploited her a ton. Exactly. It's literally never a good thing. It's never a good thing, man. Someone said trying to monetize parenthood is insane. Yeah, like your kid is not a money-making device, dude. I feel the same way too. Hold on, correct me if I'm wrong, because I'm not super I'm not super 100% sure about this, but wasn't Britney Spears also like she had like one of those manager parent scenarios going on? I think. I don't know if I'm right about this. I think I remember looking this up a while ago. She totally did, for sure. God, her Wikipedia has so many sections on it. I don't even know where to start. Okay, yeah, going to dance lessons as a kid. Oh, here it is right here. Oh, yeah. When Spears was 8, she and Lynn traveled to Atlanta, Georgia to audition for the 90s revival of the Mickey Mouse Club. That's right. Okay, yeah. From actual childhood. You know, you're getting this person put in this position and then they grow up and they're not okay. And I'm just like, dude, this sucks. This absolutely sucks. Britney Spears, dude, I get sad. I think the thing about Britney too is a lot of people, they try to essentially like infantilize her, which I really don't like, or they try to act like, you know, she's a perfect person or right now or anything like that. I think it's much more important that Britney Spears is not a perfect person. She's not like a baby. She is a full adult. And some of the things that happen to her were just completely foisted upon her and wrong. She also makes choices now and does things now too. But it's like, I get so sad thinking about her because I'm just like, imagine nothing was ever, I don't know, made her responsibility before it should have. We wouldn't be filtering her through these lenses. I don't know. Someone said we love her. Yeah, no, I'm just glad she's not in the same position she was in. And you know what I'm mostly happy about? I'm glad she's not releasing music. A lot of people are clamoring for more Britney Spears music and stuff like that. I'm not gonna lie though, that would be crazy if she dropped an album for sure. However, that doesn't change the fact that like it must be nice for once in your life to be able to sing and dance because you want to do that. Do you know what I mean? I think people talk a lot about her like Instagram presence. Oh my God, Britney Spears was on Instagram dancing, you know, doing this, that, the other with a knife or whatever. There's so much speculation about, oh, Britney's not okay now or this, that, the other. Don't you think that there's something to be said that for somebody who was singing and dancing because they had to their entire life and is now just singing and dancing because she can? You could say whatever you want about Britney. I'll be happier. I'm so happy that at least we're there now. I don't want another album. I don't want her to monetize and turn this into a story or an experience for her fans if that's not something that she wants to do. Dude, I don't know. It's just awful. It's pretty bad. Someone said, I don't want Britney music, but I would love Britney music, but only if she wants it. That's exactly how I feel. Yes, I'm very much in the same boat. If this isn't something that you want to do, don't do it. Don't do it. You don't have to do it. Anyways, moving on though. But yeah, no, I know people get like, I say moving on and I jump right back into the topic. People get really like, I don't know, I guess protective over this sort of thing. And it makes sense because no one was there to protect her. But honestly, like, she's an adult. That's how I feel. She can figure things out. If it's not coming across in a way that's making you happy with the timeline or whatever, don't worry about it, you know? I don't know. Just seeing any form of mental anything ever playing out publicly makes me so sad. Actually, it makes me feel a little bit panicky because I start thinking about if anything involving my mental health was public and I didn't want it to be public, I would just be so sad. I would be so sad. I feel so unrepresented by myself when I'm unwell. And so I've been very, very lucky that despite having a public profile, I've been able to have complete control over what is visible and what's not. And I don't feel like there's a bunch of things that don't represent me or that I can never move past or this, that, the other. But when I see it playing out publicly, I just get really sad because I'm just like, dude, that sucks. To have any form of mental anything and also publicly. And also publicly. I wouldn't wish that on anybody. Nobody in this world deserves that. That's insane. I couldn't do it. I really couldn't do it. It's a no from me, dog. Absolute no from me. Anyways, reading. Someone said, I hate when people give old child stars a pass to be horrible because it's tragic, but they have to live up to their own choices. Yeah, you gotta just be an adult now to the best of your ability. Whatever that looks like. That's all that really truly matters. Oh my God. Oh my, someone said the way they're treating Rose Blanchard is crazy. Like, she's not an internet personality. She's not a celebrity. She's a victim. People need to leave her alone. Dude, hold on. Because now we're getting a little bit into true crime. We're getting a little bit off topic. I checked the time. It's 3:22. We have time to talk about this. I don't talk about true crime on purpose because I'm not informed. I don't really watch it. I don't consume it. But dude, this is borderline dystopian. There being a Gypsy Rose Blanchard news cycle now where she's like a social media presence and people are following her, and doing all these things. I'm like, this is so weird. Please no. Please. So horrible things have happened to Gypsy Rose Blanchard, and I don't think that this needs to be converted into, okay, let's continue to follow this person now and everything that she's doing, and like this is terrible. This is that kind of thing where I'm just like, not everything needs to be public. I don't love that things like this can happen. This couldn't really happen before the internet. Someone said leave Gypsy Rose Blanchard alone. Yeah, no, like. No. And this entire story, everything about it is just so sad. It's very, very sad. I feel the same way. I'm not going to even pull up pictures of her. I feel the same way about Eugenia Cooney, where I'm just like, don't y'all realize there is a level of horrible that goes beyond internet discourse? Someone said she didn't ask to be famous, so stop blaming her. I'm not blaming Gypsy Rose Blanchard. Oh wait, hold on. I don't know if you were speaking to me or not, but I want to make it really clear. Chat, I ain't blaming Gypsy Rose Blanchard. Oh, I clicked on Louisiana. I'm blaming y'all, not you specifically. I'm blaming the people who are obsessively following this person and all of these things. That's who I'm blaming. Anyways, and I feel the same way about Eugenia Cooney, where I'm just like, no, and no. You will absolutely never catch that being like a video topic from me or me trying to find out what's she doing or this, that, the other. You can so easily tell when someone said the internet can be circusy. No, for real. You can so easily tell when like the discourse is a component in somebody's unwellness. Does that make sense? And I want to be really careful about how I word this. I can't speculate on people's mental health. I would never do that, and I would never want somebody to do that for me from across the screen. All I'm saying is having a high profile can worsen things for people, and it seems sometimes really obvious when fame is playing into somebody's unwellness and everybody just keeps doing it anyway. And they're like, oh yeah, this is probably horrible for somebody like this to be giving them this kind of attention because this would never happen in a vacuum. But we do it anyway. And then we act surprised and we're like, oh, whoop, something happened. Whoa, I'm shocked. Dude, it pisses me off so bad. It pisses me off so bad. Someone said if folks didn't watch, others wouldn't keep showing it. Well, that's why I have to be the one making the decision of like, I can't stop anybody from watching these things, but I have to be like, I don't want to sound like I'm tooting my own horn here, but as somebody who is the one people watch, I have to make that decision of like, I'm not feeding into that just because I could get a few people or a few hundred people or a few 100,000 people talking about Eugenia Cooney in a video. I'm not going to do that because I feel like I I know that that's not helping. I know that it's not helping. I believe that in my heart. I believe that I'm making the internet worse by doing this. I'm not going to do it just because people watch it, just because it works. It's a no for me, dog. Someone said lolcat culture. It is essentially the same thing. Oh my God. Christine Chandler. I don't talk about Chris Chan ever because I'm like, this is, if you don't know who Chris Chan is, Christine Chandler, etc., just yet another individual who absolutely does not need to get followed, commented on, paid attention to. You were not helping, and many of the people doing so don't even care about helping. Actually, nobody cares about. You can't help. You want things to be worse. You so fascinated with how horrible one person's life can go for them. I don't like it. Someone said Gabby Hanna and her spiritual journey. Gabby Hanna got really close. I already talked about this. I'm not going to go back into super crazy levels of detail about this, but I've already said, like, I was gonna make a video about Gabby Hanna a couple years ago, and I saw some of the things that was happening, and I was just like, oh, no. Someone's in real life gang stalking. Yeah, no. And there's levels to this though. By being like, for example, if you're like, oh, Gabby Hanna comes back to the internet or whatever, and you're like, oh, that's interesting, and then you watch videos about that, you're not being a bad person. I don't think that's a bad way of going about things. Gabby was very popular. It's quite interesting to see what somebody who's very popular at one point is doing now. What I think it gets really weird is if I'm kind of looking into these things and I'm like, I don't know what's going on with Gabby. And it's kind of giving, I don't know how to explain it. But yeah, it's not up to me to speculate. Here, this is what I'll say. It's not up to me to speculate on what anybody's mental health is. However, actually, you know what? I'm going to reiterate that. I'm going to revise that. I'm completely okay. I'm well within my right to speculate on people's mental health privately. We all have privately. If I start getting a vibe of like, I don't know if this person's well, I'm going to privately make that decision and then just move on. And that's as simple as it is. I feel the same way when people talk a lot about like, oh, eating disorders or this, that, thing. No. Goodbye. It's a no for me, dog. Any talk about mental health should come from that person, in my opinion. And that's why I try to be open about how I feel and things that I've experienced. But yeah, no, it's tricky. But it is what it is. It is what it is. Someone said it's fair to say, no matter what the cause was, she appeared to be in crisis. Exactly. I'm not going to sit here and be like, oh, well, clearly this is going on. But I can sit here and be like, this seems really antithetical to how you were very recently. I don't know what's real or what's not, and I'm not going to play into it. End of story. That's just me personally. Some people nowadays give full diagnosis. Yeah, no, please stop diagnosing people over the internet publicly. It's not helping at all. It's really not. I will say this though, like, if you are privately, watching someone, you were listening to me talk for the last 4 hours and you're like, oh my God, it's giving ADHD. And I haven't ever said at any point that I have ADHD, which I have. I'm just making a random example. And you're thinking that to yourself, that's fine. Because I do have ADHD. I have, what is that classified as? A neuro... I always forget what ADHD is specifically. Is it a neurodevelopmental disorder? Is that what we call that one? I don't remember. ADHD. It is. Okay, yes. It's a common neurodevelopmental disorder. So if you're watching me and you think, oh, this guy seems like he has that one, because you might have it or you might be familiar with it, I don't think that's an offensive thing to do. I think when it starts getting really weird is when it starts turning into people who have never actually come out and said anything about themselves or revealed anything to you, and you're doing all this public speculation. It's like, don't do that. Don't do it, chat. Even if you're convinced. Like here, let's say I never actually told you that I had ADHD, I'm going to be honest with you, and I'm just being really, 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 really real. Like really, 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 really real and open. If I never admitted it to you, I wouldn't really want to see people talking about it. It would upset me a little bit. I'm like, I don't care how ADHD you think I am. You don't know that. You can't know that. You'll never ever actually know. Please don't have this conversation. Now, granted, me personally, the person I am, I love talking about it. I'm quite open about it nowadays because it helps inform a lot of things. But no, if people are not open about it, keep it to yourself. In my opinion, don't speculate on things that people don't make public. That's just how I feel. Someone said we hang in emotional packs. Most of us here are probably neurospicy. Yeah, no, we very open over here though. We very open over here. If I do something and you want to say, oh, not this, not the ADHD of it all, feel free, because I'm quite comfortable with that. But like another thing too is like, it's kind of hard sometimes to figure things out for yourself when people are publicly speculating on things. Like a good example of that would be Dan and Phil. Okay, now hold on. Don't get mad at me. Don't get mad at me. I'm not speculating. All I'm saying is like when it comes to things that may be true or not true about yourself or whatever, and you have all these people constantly having this conversation for you, and then you also yourself are just being yourself and all this, like, I can't imagine that that's a great feeling. I don't know. It's definitely up to Dan and Phil to feel how they feel about this. But I feel like even if people are right, or they think that they're right, or whatever, someone said they announced their relationship. No, I know. That's the only reason I'm bringing them up, because I know that they announced their relationship and that they had been in a relationship. But what I'm saying is like, before that point, I don't know, the speculation machine just kind of, it weirds me out a little bit. It weirds me out a little bit because I'm like, I don't know. You never really know somebody's reason for what they do or do not, I guess, choose to share about themselves. I don't know. Someone said I feel bad for them because of how the early days of their career went. Yeah, no, it's, I don't know. I have such mixed feelings. My feelings are really, really, really mixed. Because for example, like one thing I saw when people like came out, or because Dan and Phil, one of them came out first, right? Actually, can a Dan and Phil fan please give me the timeline? One of these two, before actually announcing their relationship, came out as LGBT. Sorry, you can tell I don't follow them. Which one of these guys was it? Somebody before anything was actually revealed just independently came out and said, hey, I'm actually gay. I'm reading chat. Chat needs to help me on this because I'm so behind. Someone said, I think it was Phil. Okay, great. Let's pretend that, someone said it was Dan. Okay, multiple people are saying Dan. Let's say it was Dan. I remember that when Dan came out, which was a really, 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 really big video. Enormous video. Oh yes, basically I'm gay. Yeah. Which, by the way, this is such a great coming out title. So 6 years ago, almost 7 years ago when this happened, a lot of the comments were just like, the closet was made of glass. Yeah, we know. Oh my God, everyone acts surprised. And it's kind of like, You know what's interesting? Part of the reason that I've never actually come out as anything was because the reaction to this pissed me off. A small subset of the reaction pissed me off. I think most people were just being really happy, and I was really happy for that. But when I was like, you know what? I'm going to start telling people that I'm non-binary, but I'm going to get really pissed off if people start just this massive discourse of like, oh, we know. You can't. You don't though. That's the thing. I think that's the thing that I feel like sometimes is missing from this conversation. Like truly, truly, truly missing from this conversation. even if Dan is who he is, has the mannerisms he does the things that he does in his videos, even if his and Phil's relationship was the way that it was, oh my god, why is everything so big? Even if they present themselves a certain way, and then they later say, well, we're still not gay or in a relationship, they would still be right about that. They would still be correct. You can be Dan and Phil and not actually in a relationship. All the people who act like, I don't know. I have really mixed feelings because I'm a queer content creator as well. So I'm really, really close to this issue. And it's not possible for me to be objective about it. But yeah, no, sometimes the closet was made of glass. That pisses me off. You see this closet, this closet. You see this comment a lot. The closet was made of glass. Yeah, look at that. Look at that. Oh, it's the AI giving me an answer. Okay, here we go. Wiktionary. The closet was made of glass. LGBT. Used in reference to someone whose sexual orientation or gender identity is widely known despite not being acknowledged. You don't know it if it's not acknowledged. That's the thing about it, is like, let's say in some other world I actually was straight or whatever. sad world. Like, I could still be exactly who I am and also who I say I am. You don't know anything about me. You really, really don't. Because the thing is, I got a lot of the like gay speculation or whatever, but it's like, but I'm also not gay though. So like, y'all are still wrong. I'm not straight or gay or bi or any of these things. So it's like, even if you think you know, you still don't know. I don't know how to explain that in any clearer terms, but it's like it's a hard boundary. It needs to be drawn even harder. Stop speculating. You're incorrect. Period. You just don't know. And it's okay. You'll live. You don't have to know everything about the people you're following. You don't have to be right about what you believe about them. Just let it be. I really wish people were more open to letting these things be, honestly. Anyways, that's what I have to say about speculation about creators being in the LGBT community or whatever. As somebody who definitely did see a lot of that constantly. Oh, D'Angelo, what is he? You know, this, that, the other. It never really mattered until I decided it did. That's all I really got to say about that. Someone said, but my brain is still itching to speculate. Dude, I feel like speculating in private is fine though. Like, it's literally so fine to speculate in private. It really, really is. That's a natural, normal human thing to do. Here, I'll give an example. I'll give an example right now. Lil Nas X. Lil Nas X was doing Old Town Road and this, that, the other. And I was like, I was definitely like Old Town Road, because I had like looked into Lil Nas X and I saw the things that he was doing beforehand. And personally, I was just like, I would be shocked if this person was straight, but I didn't make that a public thing. I didn't make it Lil Nas X's problem. Me speculating on this because I could have been wrong. I could have been wrong. Just because I think I know something doesn't mean I know it. And that's why I'm not going to speculate on it. But yeah, no, if you were personally like speculating on things, that's just called having thoughts and opinions. You're not a horrible person for thinking things. You know what I mean? Someone said, exactly, just don't make anyone uncomfortable. Shout out when y'all force the actor from Heartstopper to come out. Yeah, speculating to the point where you're like forcing people to come out because they're getting so uncomfortable with the discourse. This is awful. It's bad. It's a very human thing to wonder, oh, is somebody, I don't know, like me? Or like this other, that's not the other. But when it crosses a line, I don't know, it just bothers me. It bothers me. Someone says, I wondered, but I didn't really care. That's also how I feel too. Like, let's say that Lil Nas X had never actually come out and he was still right now doing the Old Town Road thing, just yakking it up in the country music scene. And I was thinking to myself, like, But before this, you used to do this other thing. It doesn't matter. It's fine. It's okay. Someone still remember when Kylie got forced out of the closet? Dude, that pissed me off so bad. That literally, I was livid. I was actually genuinely livid when this happened. So currently, Khaled has turned this, or Khalid, sorry, I'm mispronouncing his name. Khalid, pronounce it like Khalid. Khalid has turned this around into something that was positive for him, which I'm really, really happy about. But essentially seeing people speculate on him, his sexuality for so long, and him just making the decision that that's not something that he's going to be public with or whatever, and then somebody outing him, the nastiest person ever, just being like, oh, I have this proof that you're gay because you was with me and this, that, the other. And I'm like, who cares this much? I can't believe that y'all are so offended by people's decision to draw a boundary with what personal information they are or are not okay with sharing with you. I was livid. I was livid when Khalid got outed, but I'm very glad that he was able to like turn it around. But yeah, no, I'm just like, dude, so bad for all of us. Horrible for everyone. Anytime this happens, we all just get set back. Disgusting. Someone said I agree with leaving it to fictional characters. Oh no. Yes. I could not agree more. Hold on. Who's the character that I'm trying to think of right now? A character that I'm trying to think of right now where I just totally do speculation on them and I don't care if it makes me bad or not because it's my choice. I get to do it. I'm trying to think. Okay. I just thought of speculation. Edna Mode. I talk about her a lot. Actually, if you kind of look at Edna and you look at me, well, all I'm saying is one day if you ever see me in a bob wig, you'll know why. Edna Mode. I speculate she ace. This is the most ace character ever. I'm sorry. She's not like, she's so far beyond the beyond. Human relationships, ace people can have relationships. Nah, she is ace representation. Do you understand? She's absolutely ace representation. Someone said that's a lesbian. No, you can do that too. That is equally valid. If you're like, no, this is a lesbian character and I know that that's true, you're free to do that. Actually, personally, I think for me, it's more so that I just don't think that she would date men specifically. And you also seem to not think that. And I agree. Personally, I think like she's probably not dating anybody. But like, yeah, no. Speculation about fictional characters, go ham, go crazy, go stupid. Honestly, as a neurodivergent person, I also speculate about characters being neurodivergent all the time. And I don't care because I'm not hurting nobody by doing that. But that's just me. Someone said ace lesbian. True. She could be both though. You have such a good point. You were onto something. You ate with that. But yeah. No, it's so much more fun to do it about fictional characters anyway. Like, hello? It's so much more fun and interesting. Someone says she's an ace lesbian just like me. Okay, there we go. Canonically, even though it's not canon, Edna Mode is an ace lesbian and you heard it here first, folks. You heard it here first. There you go. That's so good. Yeah, no. Doing like that sort of thing, that doesn't hurt anybody. Who does that hurt? No one was harmed. It's funny, and also it can be kind of important for some people as well. I mean, when have you ever seen an actual ace lesbian in a show? I'm sure they're there, but you have to think about it, right? Like, this is why people do things like this, and I'm a big component of that kind of thing. It's just that YouTubers are not fictional characters. As fake as we are, as fake as we can be, I'm about to turn this camera off once I finish live streaming and record an ad. That's fake right there. I'm gonna record the Surfshark sponsorship. Yes, there are elements to this that are like very out there and fake. And no, I'm not. I'm also not, I guess, a real person to you and that you know me, but I'm definitely not a fictional character. I wouldn't want to be speculated about the way that people speculate about fictional characters, and that's just my opinion. Personally. personally. Oh my god, Star Trek. Oh, I love me some Star Trek, for real, for real. Reading chat, reading chat. Oh my god, now I just see all of this speculation. Someone said there are 2 characters in season 3 of Star Trek Discovery who are straight and gender conforming thus far, but the actors who play them are currently not, and I'm wondering if they'll work that into the plot. That would be interesting. That would be pretty interesting. We definitely need more like non-binary characters or not gender non-conforming or whatever, because I'm just like, ah. Ah. That's how I feel when I think about representation in media. I'm like, ah. For real, for real, for real. And I don't know how to make that make more sense. I like, D'Angelo, think about your favorite representation in media. Ah, that's how I feel. Lord Almighty. Someone said, what's an ace lesbian? That will be somebody who is ace and a lesbian. Sorry for my poor description, but it's not much more complicated than that. It's not much more complicated than that. Star Trek is for smart baddies. It definitely is, but I'm not a smart baddie and I love it too. So they also got the dumb ones. No, wait, hold on. Low key, Star Trek is why I understand. Look, Star Trek is why I'm anti-capitalist. Star Trek, when I was 5 and I asked my mom, why it was something along the lines of like why they weren't using money, because they had said something about like we don't use money, and I asked my mom like we don't use money, and my mom briefly explaining to me that like, oh, there's enough resources for everyone here. She didn't use the word capitalism, but she's like, they don't need money because people have the things that they need. And at 5 years old, I was like, oh, there can be a world where if people have the things that they need, you don't need money. And it kind of like, it got stuck there. Then I grow up, I get older, I turn hella capitalist. I'm just like going to college, I'm trying to grind, I'm doing all these things. But then as I start shifting out of like weird conservative stuff towards the left, I start thinking to myself like, oh, this is just like Star Trek. This is just like Star Trek, a vision of a non-capitalist society where that still functions. This is what y'all want? I believed in that since I was 5 because my mom explained it really, really, really well. And so things like that are important. Someone said communism and space unite. No, for real, for real. Someone said Doctor Who is the reason for me. Yeah, no, any show that like pushes you or even just like plants the seed. I didn't understand it when I was 5. I didn't know what capitalism and I didn't care. I didn't even know what money was. Honestly, kids do not understand the value of money. It's funny. You're a kid and you don't understand the value of money. And then you get older and you have a job and you have to pay your bills. And it's like, oh, I do understand the value of money. And then you do some research into other ways of being, living, experiencing, sharing, caring, and then you're like, oh wait, no, there is no value in money. I was right when I was a kid, and I just vaguely thought that like I should just have the things that I need. I was correct. I was entitled to that. People might call it entitlement, but oh buddy. Someone said I've never seen Star Trek and I was forced to watch Star Wars. Did I pick the wrong star? No, because Star Wars is still iconic. I'm definitely much more of a Star Wars head personally, but like, you know how I was just saying like it's okay. Sometimes you just be speculating about characters or whatever. Listen. Okay. It's him in these boots. This is one. Where do I find Luke Skywalker? Oh, here he is. It's something about, wait, that's like a doll of him. I don't know how to explain this. There's something about the way Luke Skywalker wears his boots where I'm like, that's a gender non-conforming character. He is. I know it's true. I know that Luke Skywalker and me are the same. I know it. I can't explain it to you of how like, oh, I believe that Luke Skywalker is gender. That might not have been the actor's intention. Okay. That might not have been George Lucas's main idea, but it happened. It just happened. It spawned something about the way this character was played and portrayed, I'm like, you accidentally did gender nonconforming. Actually, it's literally me. It's me. Gender nonconforming, masculine presenting character is Luke Skywalker. And I don't have to explain it, and it doesn't have to make sense, and I refuse to do it. I'm not going to explain it to you. I just know that I'm right. I know it. I know it. Oh my gosh. Someone said I knew there was a reason why he seemed compelling to me. No, for real though. Like, look, hold on. Where is he in like the turtleneck thing? Oh, here he is. Y'all. Don't piss me off. Like, I pretty much dress like this now. Nothing has changed. I watched this as a child. Listen, all I'm saying is, I'm just saying what I'm saying. Someone said Velma. Yeah, no, Velma's definitely, they're these core canon characters that just get picked out. I think in my previous streams, I was talking about characters that usually don't get considered to be gendery or whatever, but there are ones where everyone just kind of agrees. They just kind of know. They kind of know. Someone said fashion icon. Exactly. It's a Nehru collar. Yeah, no, it's not. It's a turtleneck. My bad. But yeah, no, this is the fit I was thinking of. Like, what do you mean with the singular glove? That's so campy. But like, was me getting a hand tattoo and wearing all black just me accidentally recreating this look? I only have it on the one hand. I will never ever be able to know how much things like this lodged in my subconscious. I'll never know. We'll never get to the bottom of it. I wouldn't be surprised if some super therapist was able to work with me back in time. Someone said robot hand. Oh, that was the robot hand? Wait, does he lose his hand? When does Luke Skywalker? I thought Anakin lost his hand. Does Luke lose an arm? I forgot. Oh my God, you're right. That's why. Okay, that doesn't change the fact that, you know what? He's still 8. He's still 8. He was like, no, I'm gonna look so fire with my prosthetic arm. No, I completely forgot. I shouldn't be showing images of this actor not having an arm because that's pretty awful. Oh my God, yeah, he loses an arm, and then Vader loses an arm and a arm and a leg and a leg and an a partner and a mentor and all sense of good and any hope that he had and any future in which he could possibly have been good, and preemptively his relationship with his child. And that being said, though, Darth Vader is still drippy as hell, though, if you really think about it. Like, I do definitely understand. I definitely understand that, like, this isn't good. That's not the argument I'm making here at all. I'm just saying, do you know how absolutely diabolical it is to show up? Wait a second. Why do I keep pulling up character? I feel like I keep pulling up these characters who are wearing all black and telling you that they had this like massive influence on me when I was a child. Does she literally has, it's like all black, but with a pop of like reddish pink, which I think I currently have going on right now. I don't know, dude. Maybe I don't have any semblance of personality at all. maybe I could just trace everything back to one movie I watched when I was 5, and I decided that was my personality, and then I strayed far away from it, and then I just came back, and now I just be the person I wished I looked like when I was 5. Maybe so. Maybe so. Someone said you're so alt-goth coded. Well, thank you. I am part of the alternative community. It's really, 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 really funny. There's this alt-fashion Reddit where you have people constantly posting these fits, and they're saying, oh, does this read alt to you? I want to read alt. And they look amazing. I love alternative fashion, everything. But what's hilarious is, oh, wait, this post right here says, I haven't seen a brown dude on here yet. I know, brother. I feel your pain, Reddit user. I feel the same way. Being into alternative fashion, we out here, we exist. But anyways, you constantly have people asking for like advice with their fits and saying, oh, how does this look? Does this read alt, etc.? I want to give alt. The only thing you got to do to read as alt is just be alt. Listen, I'm being so for real with you right now. That's the thing you don't understand. If you change your mindset and you just be like, I am alternative fashion, you could go put on boring clothes and it would still be alt, because there would be something about you that is different. You feel me? Your whole mindset starts changing when you start thinking about, I want to read alt. I want to read alt. I see a comment right there that says, I'm not cool enough to be alt. You're not cool enough to be alt because you think that you're not cool enough to be alt. That's the only reason. If you let go of this idea that you have to reach a certain level of body modification or makeup or hair or cool clothes or whatever, do the alt that you can do right now. If that for you literally just means wearing the weirdest thing in your closet, go do it. Someone said it's also political too. Well, yeah, there's also other elements to it as well. But I'm just talking about if you want to read alt, because that's a big thing that, I mean, I'm sure anybody here who is alt would agree with me. If you want your fashion to read alt, you are probably on some level a little bit concerned about being read that way. Go for it anyway. The first thing I did was like, I sure hope my outfit reads alt to people. And I was like, wait a second. What if I just said that I was alt regardless of what I was wearing? And everybody just felt like however they wanted to about it, but it didn't matter because I know who I am. That's how I feel. Someone said you are cool enough. Yes, you are. Someone said all I had to do was stop conforming. Literally, just don't conform your mindset. And someone said that's why people wearing these Shein outfits don't look alt at all. That's another point. The flip side of it is true. If you are not going into this with an alt mindset, it doesn't matter what you're wearing. It doesn't matter what you're wearing. You're never going to be alt, honestly. And if that sounds like gatekeeping, well, consider the gate kept. But no, you don't have to go tattoo a gothic script on your body or weird clowns on your hand or shove hot metal through your nose or shave all of your hair off. I just did those things because my body is not real. You could just do whatever you want, honestly. Join the community. We want you. Dude, especially also if you're like older or a person of color or like if you don't look like the average person who's posting on this Reddit, because it definitely does draw a certain kind of person. Come join the community. Put on some weird clothes. Oh my God. You don't even have to leave your house. That's the best thing about alt fashion. You literally don't have to leave your house. Like, what do you mean? And also, nobody can call you cringe. Like, they can, but it doesn't matter. You're freed from cringe. When I'm going to places and I'm trying not, someone said thrift store and scissors. Listen. I'm going to be honest with you. If you right now, let's say you go to the thrift store and you buy a messenger bag. I don't really know much about bags. Okay, let's say you buy a bag like this from the thrift store. I ain't never seen a bag this nice at the thrift store. And then you also buy a whack t-shirt from the thrift store. Let's just say old t-shirt. I don't know what's going to come up when I Google that. Okay, here we go. An old white t-shirt, right? Why is this shirt $60? Don't buy a $60 white t-shirt. Okay. Buy something cheap. You cut this up into some sort of shape you want, and you use horrible stitching and you sew it onto here and you decorate that bag or whatever. That is 5 million times more alt than anything you could buy from Shein. I'm being so for real right now. Shein, I don't know, alt. Look, I've never tried to buy anything from Shein. So, images. Yeah, okay. If you want to feel like this, essentially, you can get the mindset behind this by paying like $4, doing your own thing, not worrying how it comes across, and congratulations, you are alternative fashion. Someone said thrifting is punk. Exactly. Yeah, because it was also low key like a political decision to not support like overconsumption too, which is neat. Like there's just a lot of ways of thinking about it. But yeah, it is what it is. It is what it is. Someone said you get better over time at sewing. For real, for real, for real. Yeah. No, it's great. Be as alternative out. Be as alternative as you want to be. I've been sewing the past 2 hours. My back hurts. Yo, good posture, please, please. I look. You can't even see my chair. I be trying to have good posture in my videos because I'm sitting here for hours at a time too. It's probably not as good as it can be, but it's much, much better than it used to be. Someone says Shein and Temu are not all. No, definitely not. Someone said learn crochet. Yes. Oh my gosh. The levels of alternative fashion you can reach with crochet are crazy. Definitely crazy. Someone said there's Shein at the thrift store. I don't think there's anything wrong with buying Shein from the thrift store. Actually, here, stay right here. This is the last thing that I'm going to show you. Okay. This is really funny. And then I'm going to log off, but stay right here. I want to show you this last thing before I go. Okay. Stay right there. Okay. I found the most beautiful shirt I had ever seen at the thrift store. The design of it was so pretty. Parts of it are being green screened away because I have a green screen going on right now. But I was like, oh my God, this is so pretty. I wore this shirt again and again. I was like, look, it's known as my sunflower shirt. Compliments on this shirt, this, that, the other. One day, I was like, I love this shirt so much. I'm going to find out, like, who made this. Maybe they have other things that I can wear. Because, again, this is a gorgeous piece of clothing. It's from Shein, actually. It's not even only on Shein. You can get it on Shein, Temu, AliExpress. And for a second, I got really, really sad. I was like, my favorite shirt is from Shein. But then I was like, you know what though? I found it at I didn't buy this from Shein. This is currently not trash in a landfill somewhere else. It's on my body. And I am going to thrift it as well. And hopefully somebody else can wear this. I'm like, just by it existing, I'm dropping stuff. Just by it existing in one other place that is not a landfill or whatever, I reclaimed my happiness. And I'm like, you know what? I'm going to keep wearing my Shein shirt. Now, if somebody recognizes this as being from Shein and they think that it's okay. I love the shirt for what it is. But yeah, no, like you can probably even find the stuff that is on these websites at a thrift shop at this point. Someone said, that's the shirt from IG when you debuted your bald look. Exactly. Yeah, no, this is probably the least ethical shirt in my closet. Is something that probably just has a stolen design on it and was made somewhere horrible. But you know what? I'm going to keep wearing it. I'm going to keep it out of a landfill. No, dude, it's so bad. It's so bad. So that's what pisses me off. Thrift stores nowadays full of Shein. Yeah, no. Oh my God. But what can you do? What can you do? Bald debut? No, I did. I totally debuted as bald. Actually, you want to see the picture? Look. Da 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 da. Where'd it go? Ta-da! I deleted all my Instagram photos. I only had 2, to be fair. Because like, well, look here. You get a picture of me right here. See, you ever wondered, like, where does the confidence come from? You know what I mean? Is it fake? Is it, why does D'Angelo, like, constantly hype himself up or whatever? Y'all don't understand. I've been cute for 27 years. I've been a fashion icon since I was actually born. I didn't have to grow into anything. I didn't have any awkward phases. I was God's gift to this earth from birth. Obviously, I was so cute. It's actually criminal. It's actually genuinely criminal how cute of a kid I was. And I went through all of these iterations. I'm like, yeah, I'm going to grow my hair out and I'm going to, like, I'm going to be the guy with the locks. And then I'm like, oh yeah, I'm going to be the guy who wears these things or whatever. And I just reverted. I was like, you know what? Let's just take it all the way back. All the way back to the very beginning. So yeah, that's the only picture of me right now that's publicly available on social media, would be my Instagram profile picture. And I'm probably going to keep it that way from now on. Probably so. Somebody said Baby D'Angelo is serving confidence and I love it. Yeah, no, for real. I've been confident because I've been cute. That's the thing. Like, I was lucky enough to be told that I was cute. If some of y'all had been told that you were cute, you would realize it sooner. But then again, I did still totally experience adolescence. Let's just delete that part from the memories. I ain't never felt uglier than when I was a teenager. Does anybody talk about that? Hold on. Sorry, the stream should be over. The stream should be over, okay? But I have to throw this one point out there. You see how I started off. You see how I wound up. I was convinced during a teenage period that I was actually ugly. Like, actually ugly. I hated looking at myself. I would try to get people to delete pictures with me. And there's something awful about adolescence that is like, I wouldn't wish that on anybody. The fact that you have to become a teenager before you can become an adult and skip to the part where your hormones settle into whatever version they're in adulthood. It pissed me off so bad. It pisses me off thinking back about it and thinking like, no, D'Angelo, you were still a child. You were still cute. You were okay. Having acne or whatever. Like, what? Who cares? Being a little awkward. Someone says as a teenager, I relate. Listen. If you were a teenager right now, I'm telling you right now, you are incorrect about your appearance if you think that you are ugly. Or even if you think that you look worse about other people. I'm invalidating you. Allow me to invalidate you right now. You have no idea what you look like. Your brain and the chemicals inside of it are revolting against you. Everything in you is screaming and transforming and fake right now. It's going to normalize into you being able to see yourself as you actually are. Don't even worry about it, bro. Also, you're being surrounded with social media pictures of your friends and your celebrities, your emotional support Nepo babies. None of that is real. The way that you look when you take pictures of yourself is not real. The way that you look in the mirror is barely real. And also, you're fine. You're very, very much fine. Someone said beauty standards aren't real. Even the beauty standards aren't real. None of this is real. You look okay. You actually look great. You probably look a little awkward. I'm going to be honest. Teenagers do look a little awkward. But like, isn't that cute? That's how I feel about teenagers at this point. I'm like, oh, they're like kids. They look a little awkward. I love that for them. It's not cute when you're experiencing it. When you're experiencing it, I would have rather died. I definitely would have rather died than even see myself when I was like maybe 14 years old, 15, 16, just seeing myself in the mirror. I'm just like, nope. Nope, not doing it. Absolutely hate it. But yeah, no, you do realize like, oh my God, why was all of that fake? Why was I lied to by my own brain? Some said it's hard to escape the fat phobia pervading everything, even as an adult. Yeah. Oh God. That too. That's another thing too. When I was a teenager, I went from being skinny to not being skinny. And that was really, 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 really hard because I had insane internalized fat phobia just against myself. I hated that aspect of it too. And that's the thing too. If you're not skinny, you also look fine. It's a completely separate thing. I think the other thing is like your weight and your appearance, they get so linked in your mind. And so any like in society, is society doing this? Any self-perceived issue that you have with yourself, you can point to things about you and be like, oh yeah, this physical thing about me. It's not even that. That's not it. You're just normal carrying fat on your body. It's okay. You all right. You are all right. Someone said looks maxing in 17 magazine is any better. Dude, looks maxing pisses me off so bad. Hold on. Like, we're here. The fat phobia and clavicular of it all is crazy. Yeah, no. Hold on. I don't know why my computer's acting weird. I'm trying to show you. Oh, here we are. Okay, everything's going crazy. No, this whole idea of like what looks maxing is trying to turn you into or whatever. It pisses me off so bad. Like this might be fake or whatever. This might not be real. I don't know if this is real. What? You don't have to do this. This end result for the looks maxing that people are trying to do doesn't happen to like 90% of people. It's such an insanely narrow definition of what looking good was. It's really easy to compare your eyes and be like, oh, I don't have hunter eyes. Uh-oh, my jaw doesn't do these things. Oh, I don't have hollow cheeks. I don't do this, that, the other. I don't have a lot of those things because I'm not white. Let's talk about that first of all. I can never reach your actual standards of beauty because I have African ancestry. Let's start there. I got hella African people. The darkest people you ever seen are in my family tree. My bone structure was never going to do this. So I already don't really care about this beauty standard that we're trying to force upon people. You also are not going to look like this if you are Asian. You're not going to look like this if you're like any shade of brown. Like, already this is really, really, really whack in general. But then let's start getting into some of these ideas that like, oh, this one specific kind of eye is the cool eye. And you gotta hope that you have that eye or you're screwed. You're chopped. Oh my God. You know what else people do too? Like I hate this more than anything, like more than life itself. It's so bad. Hold on, I'm scrolling to make sure we're not going to get anything bad here. The numerical value system of judging people and doing the rate me stuff. Oh, can you rate me? Can you rate my face? Can you give me an appearance? Like what am I, a 6 out of 10? What am I, a 7 out of 10, etc.? Can you tell me that I'm like this, that, the other? Please don't use numbers to describe people's looks. If it's not even that I find it to be, oh, this is going off, reminding me to record the ad because I forgot to record it last time I was live. Anyways, I'm gonna do that after I log off. It's not even just that I find it to be dehumanizing, because I do find it to be dehumanizing. It's more so just like, y'all don't realize that the standard doesn't make any sense. Listen, every single person I just scrolled past looks fine. Every single person I just scrolled past looks fine. It is okay to look like this. I think, I'm sorry for talking about this random Redditor, but who's saying, look, you know what? I'm so sorry. This person posted this publicly. You're going to get used as an example. 25 male, always been unsure if I'm ugly or not. The only reason that somebody like this would be unsure if he's ugly is because, oh, that's me, is because of this looks maxing BS. It's essentially because you don't look like this. And you constantly getting told that you need to be doing this. You need to be making this transformation from normal looking person into something that your average person can never do. So you have all these perfectly okay looking people, actually decent, good looking people, worried about being ugly because they don't look like, oh, I'm chopped. My hair doesn't do this. My eyes don't do this. This is awful. It makes me really sad seeing just your average Joe now thinks that he's ugly. Your average Jill now thinks that she's ugly or doesn't know or wants to be rated or whatever. And people are going to give dumb answers in here too. They're like what? What? 6.5 out of 10. 6 to 6.5 out of 10 for this person. I guess we're all chopped. I guess we're literally all chopped. If anything, I thought people would be saying like, I don't know, 7 based off of their dumb system. But no, if you're just like, what is the point of getting on here and being told by a bunch of people that you're just a 6, you're barely above average or whatever? Just what's the point of any of this? It's dystopian. It's dystopian. This is not good for you. And someone said, please give honest feedback. I'm open to suggestions for changing my appearance. Don't change your appearance. Dude, don't change your appearance. Don't do it. You look fine. This is not cope. This is not cope. Chat, please back me up right now. I know I have a tendency to be like, oh, everyone's beautiful, this, that, the other. I'm not even doing that right now. That's not even my point. This person is pretty. This is a pretty person. You look fine. I actually probably think a lot of people would walk past this person and be like, oh, you look pretty. But you have Redditors over here saying like, oh, you're a 6 out of 10 because you look like you're 33. You look like you're 33? First of all, let's talk about how funny that is for that to be a reason that you're getting points docked off of your appearance because you look like an age that is still young. Oh, boo. You look like you're not in your 20s anymore, so I'm going to take off a solid 4 from your appearance. Like, also, she absolutely looks like she's in her mid to late 20s because she is. Just like I look like I'm in my mid to late 20s because I am. Just like Lord Almighty. We are in horrible time to have any sort of insecurity. This is the worst time. This is the worst time. Someone said I'm 33 and I'm hot. Exactly. Your life is not over because you look 33. Where are we getting? What are we getting at here, man? This is very, very, very deeply strange to me. I don't understand. Also, you know what? I'm already here. I'm already here. I am tired of the for your age addendum to any sort of, oh, this person looks good. I'm trying to think of an example right now. I'm trying to think of an example. Okay. I thought of an example. You're going to have to work with me on this one, okay? Have you ever watched Rocky Horror Picture Show? Do y'all remember that one? Rocky Horror Picture Show. That is a great movie. I watched it when I was a kid. No, like a teenager is what I mean. And it was I don't think you should watch this if you're a kid. It's a bit much. But I've loved this movie for like a solid 10 years is what I'm getting at here. And Susan Sarandon in this movie looks great, right? That's kind of everyone did. I feel like a lot of people nowadays would see Susan Sarandon and be like, oh, she looks good for her age. She looks good for her age or whatever, right? Here, let me put, I don't know, 2025. Let's find a random picture of her. Here she is. Chat. Susan Sarandon doesn't look great for her age. I just think she looks great in general. I think she still looks great. Yeah, she looks like she's in her 60s, 70s, this, that, the other. This is what it looks like when you are older, but still conventionally attractive. If we let go of this idea that we always have to see beauty as some sort of opposite state to age, I think that's the main thing. And that's why you're like, oh, you look 30. Well, then you can't be a 10 out of 10. You're a 6 out of 10. There's no inverse relationship between your age and you looking good. I'm so sorry. You can literally be like 60s in your 60s in your 70s and just like, wow, they look good. I hope I look like that. I hope I continue to age well as I get older too. Like even just the idea of like aging well. I don't know. Y'all piss me off so bad. Y'all really piss me off. So I like the arches of her eyebrows. No, Susan Sarandon has a really cool face. But yeah, all this to say, more older people existing and just saying I'm old and I still look like this and I don't care is great. Another thing I see too is like someone said ageism. No, definitely ageism. Another thing I see too. Sorry, I don't know why I'm so like wrapped up in on this, but I want to get this thing in there too. I see a lot of pushback against like just the idea of like being old, and I agree that old is a label that you can definitely reclaim for yourself. If you're like, oh, I don't feel like I'm old or whatever, that's okay. But I more so think, instead of being like, oh, 60 isn't old, 70 isn't old or whatever, I'm like, let's just reclaim old. Old just means that you live for a long time and that you're not young. Take it back. I want to be old so bad. I want to be old so bad. Y'all don't understand. You don't understand how badly I want to be old. I want it to happen to me. I'm not going to skip forward. I'm trying to live my life 1 year at a time. But for the love of God, please let being old be a neutral thing that is not bad, and that you I don't know how to explain it. But Rocky Horror Picture Show is great, though. It's fantastic. Someone said, what even is old? I don't know. I think the reason people push back against it so hard is because it's used to discredit people and to be ageist. I'd be like, oh, well, you're old. You're too old. You're too old to be doing this. You're too old to be dressing this way. You're too old to change your career. You're too old to do all these things. And that's why you have a lot of people saying, no, I'm not old. You know what I mean? I'm not. This thing that society has assigned its value it's just assigned a definition to, people don't identify this way. And so I agree with that. I'm not going to correct somebody and be like, actually, you are old. That's not what I'm getting at. What I'm getting at is like, let's just turn old into another thing that you can be proud of. Yeah, I am old. I lived for a long time. I lived for a while. I've been here a while. It is what it is. I don't know. It's very easy for me to say that as a 27-year-old. I do understand that. I definitely understand that. I don't want to sound completely out of touch. However, I don't know. I get scared. I get scared of like not aging so much, but of just like, oh, who am I going to be? Who am I going to be? That's the main thing that I'm scared of. I'm not scared of getting older. I'm just scared of like, it's really scary not knowing who I'm going to be. Because I know who I was. I don't really like that person. And I know who I am, and I'm trying to make that person not an obstruction to all that is good in the world. But like, I don't know who I'm gonna be when I'm old. That's what scares me. I'm not scared at the idea of aging or getting wrinkles or gray hair or going bald or whatever. Let it happen. I'm already shaving off all my hair. I'm more so just like really, I'm hitting snooze again, because if I cancel it, I'm never going to remember to record this ad read. I'm scared of, I guess, I don't know what I'm scared of. Y'all have made it really scary though. That's the thing. You have made it terrifying. You being society, I can't explain how genuinely terrifying it is that I am finally leaving my 20s in a couple short years and I'll be entering my 30s. Y'all have made it sound like that means I'm gonna die. That's kind of how it feels right now. You make it seem like I'm not gonna exist anymore. I'm not gonna have a career anymore. Nobody's gonna pay attention to me. I'm not gonna matter anymore. No one's ever gonna make anything for me. I'm not gonna. And I refuse to accept that for myself. So if society wants to be like, oh, your life is over because you're exiting your 20s or whatever, and you're old, you look old, I'll be like, then I'm going to be the oldest, coolest person around. If you want to make fun of me because I was born in the 90s, it actually happened to me in the progress, or in the past. It happened to me. It finally happened to me where I was talking to somebody who didn't realize how old I was. And I made reference to a YouTube video being 20 years old. I was like, oh my God, we finally have YouTube videos that say 20 years ago. That's crazy because, like, you know, I was only 7. And this person was like, you were born in the last millennium? And I was like, yes, I'm only 27. That's not so weird, is it? I understand that you're 20. I get that you have the cool age right now, and that's great. I'm happy for you. You were born after 9/11. You were almost born after like it's not weird to be born in the previous millennium. Please don't make me feel weird for that. That's not a weird thing. So I'm getting into this really, 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 really weird territory where I know that I'm still a young person and will continue to be for a solid 10 years at least. But I'm encountering people who are making me feel old. You're making me feel old. And I'm like, I accept it. I see a lot of people who don't realize that YouTube videos say that they're 20 years ago. No, chat, you're cooked. You're washed. You're washed. Look at this. Me at the zoo. Dude. I'm going to make it big enough for you to see. 20 years ago. 20 years ago. You're cooked. You are washed. You're over. You are on a social media platform that has been around for 20 years now. Congratulations. You're exactly like the people who were on Facebook and then Facebook turned it. You're like the people who were on MySpace. You are old. Actually, we're all old here. I know I'm old because I remember when YouTube didn't exist. I really actually remember when it didn't exist. I'm not memeing. I'm not kidding. You're now going to be seeing videos that say they're 20 years old. One day you'll see 21 years old. We're cooked, bro. We're absolutely washed. Someone said I'm 12 years older than YouTube. Yeah, you are. No. Someone said we're all unks. No, seriously. We're definitely unk at this point. Like, what do you mean people have been 20? 20? 2-0? That's not a glitch? I'm leaving. I'm ending the stream right now. I had to leave you with that horrible information because once I learned that, I got really mad. Someone said, I remember when computers didn't exist. Do you? Wait, what? Wait, hold on. Wait. Which computers? Because if you're like, I remember when personal computers didn't exist, I will believe you. But I'm sure that's what you mean, right? Like, you know, like what were some of the first personal computers? I feel like they've been widely adopted. Maybe what, 80s, 90s in terms of people having these in their homes or whatever. But computers as a concept. Computers as a concept. So I wish I remembered before YouTube. You didn't miss anything. You definitely didn't. Anyways, bye everybody. Goodbye.